Thank you. We're just going to go ahead and get started in a couple of minutes. Okay, good morning, everyone. We're going to go ahead and get started. I just want to thank everyone for attending today's code along and just intro to coding, specifically JavaScript. I thank MilSpouse coders for allowing me to attend or teach this, do this code along with everyone. So the overall purpose of this code along is to essentially, if you have absolutely no coding experience, you should be able to follow along, and we'll teach you the very basics of JavaScript, and we'll do some command line stuff as well. And then we'll jump into the code along later on. Does anybody have any questions about the setup? Did everyone do the initial setup for the code along? Yes, no. Okay, cool. All right, great. So the first thing we're going to start with is just go over kind of like what's expected today. First, I want to talk about hashtags to get the word out there about MilSpouse coders and just the overall mission of MilSpouse coders and like hiring spouses and everything like that. And there are prizes available. I don't know if Toanna's gonna talk a little bit more about that, but there's like shirts and stickers and some like challenge coins and stuff like that. So go ahead and hashtag out on social media about your code along, because we are actually gonna be building a pretty, I would say a pretty impressive application for someone who's just starting out coding. All right, let's get started. So the agenda today, we're going to be doing like from 10 to about 10:45. We might, I might kind of shorten that just because I really want to get into the actual code along about coding the application. We're going to do intro to the command line. Then we're going to have like a 15-minute break from 10:45 to 11. And then 11 to 11:30, we'll be doing intro to JavaScript. And that's when we'll be using the REPL account you created. And from like 12:30 or 11:30 to 12, we'll actually write our first algorithm. The algorithm we're going to write is essentially, it's called FizzBuzz. For those of you who have some coding programming background, it's a pretty popular algorithm, and according to statistics, it weeds out like 90% of job applicants who apply to software engineering roles, because if they can't answer that question, a lot of the times they're not a real competent developer at that point. So we'll actually write that algorithm. It's actually pretty interesting. It's kind of fun. And then from 12 to 13 or 12 to 1 p.m., we'll have a lunch break. And then from 1 to 1:15, we'll actually introduce our application and kind of go over the core things we're going to be using, the core APIs we're going to be using, like Google Maps, the National Park Services API, and then a stretch goal of using a weather API to display the weather, the current weather at the location of the national park. And then from 2:15 to about 3:15, we'll build our application. And then from like 15 or 3:15 to 3:30, we'll just open up for Q&A. I'll talk about a little bit about Code Platoon, what we're about, and just answer any questions you have along the way. And I might cut the command line, the intro to the command line, a little short. I'll try to cut it a little short because I really want to get into the actually writing and the fun part of like doing the JavaScript and writing our application. So let's go ahead and get started. So a little bit about me. My name is Tom Preetz. I'm an instructor at Code Platoon. Code Platoon is a 501(c) nonprofit coding bootcamp, a 14-week intensive, immersive coding bootcamp that teaches Python and JavaScript, specifically Django framework in the Python language, and then React in JavaScript. Previously a QA software engineer at Prevail Health. And then prior to that, I was actually a treasury analyst at Bank of America and PNC. So I actually transitioned into software engineering by myself going through a coding bootcamp known as Full Stack Academy. Some people might be familiar with it, but it's a pretty intensive, it's like 14 to 17 week coding bootcamp located in New York and Chicago. And I'm a veteran myself. I'm a Marine Corps veteran from 06 to 2010. I have a couple deployments under my belt, but decided to get back into wanting to teach code and help veterans and their spouses get to make their career transitions into software engineering or software development. Any questions up to this point? Nope. All right, here we go. So the command line. So the command line is this little black box, or also known as the terminal, the Windows prompt or the command prompt if you're on a Windows machine. On the Mac, it's just known as the terminal. It's this little black box that you might see where you can like type stuff in here, and people generally think it's pretty intimidating that you can like type in here and it can like take down your computer by like typing the wrong thing in there, but it's really not that intimidating. And the command line is crucial as a software developer because you'll actually be interacting with your computer in the command line or the terminal. So command line myths, it's the little black box. Like I said, I've got two different terminals. They both are like the same thing. This is one called iTerm, and this is the internal Max terminal that does essentially the same thing. You can't delete your entire computer or hack the world if you touch it, if you write something like hack the world or something, anything. It's just another way to interact with your computer. So the command line is simply just a way to interact with your computer in a non-GUI way. A GUI is a graphical user interface. So normally we interact with our computers within this window. There's icons, there's folders, and this is like the normal way we interact with our computer. We're able to like right click, create a new folder, and do stuff like create folders, delete folders, create files in here. So I'm gonna like go to this folder by double clicking on it. Then in here I might be able to create a file or something like that. But that's generally the graphical user interfaces, just how we interact with our computer in this way, using a cursor and everything like that. So I can delete this, move to trash. But the Windows uses the command prompt tool, which is the same thing as that. But so the command line is just another way to interact with your computer. Just think of it like that. Don't think of it anything else. It's just another way to interact with your computer. So this is the traditional way. On the left-hand side is how we usually so on the left-hand side is where how we usually interact with the computer, with folders, files, and everything like that. And then the command line interface, the terminal or the command line, this is how you would normally interact with the computer. So in here, like in this example, I created a new folder called Tesla, and I have 3 or 4 files, a Model S file, a Model X TXT file, Model Y Python file, and a Roadster RB file. And I could do the exactly same thing as I did using the graphical user interface as I can do in the command line. So these commands, make directory, new folder. I go into the new folder with CD. Oh, can you see it? I'm going to go back. Insert view. Just do full screen. Can everyone see this clearly? I think so. Yep. Okay. So essentially what I did here on the left-hand side, I'm doing the exactly same thing on the right-hand side in the command line. I made a directory called new folder and then I CD'd in the new folder, and then I make directory SpaceX, Tesla, Amazon. So these are like the Tesla, SpaceX, and Amazon folders. And then I CD'd it into the Tesla folder. I like went into the Tesla folder, and then I created 4 files: Model S JS, Model X TXT file, and Model Y PY file. And then I listed all the files out. So using the command line and just your keyboard is a lot more efficient in order to create files, delete files, and just move around your computer. So what can you do within the command line? As I kind of just mentioned, you can add a folder, you can remove a folder, you can list the contents of your folder, you can add a file, remove a file, or navigate to another folder. And we're going to be doing that here shortly. So what can you do with the command line? Again, here are the actions in the left column. You can make directory by actually typing make directory in the folder. So here's my command line. I'm going to CD to my desktop. So I'm going to my desktop and I'm LSing. I'm listing out everything on my desktop. So if I wanted to make a directory, I can make the and then I can say MilSpouse code along. And if I list out all the directory, or list everything in the directory by typing ls, I can see the MilSpouse code along folder is created. Now, in order to create a file, I can take touch and then followed by the name of the file. So if I click touch, and let's create a file named code along, and let's make that file a JavaScript file. So if you want to, depending on the type of file you want to make, you might do an extension by doing .js. That's a JavaScript file. If you want to do a text file, you can do a txt file. If you want to do a Python file, you do .py. But we want to make a JavaScript file. So I click JS. If I want to, and I created this code along JS file within my desktop. So if I list everything out, where is it? Right here, it says code along. Now, if I actually look at my desktop, where is it? It should be around here. There's my JavaScript file that I just created. Then we can also remove a directory. That's like deleting the directory. So I want to remove this MilSpouse code along directory. I want to like delete it now. So let's look on our desktop where it's at first. MilSpouse code along. It's right here. It's currently empty. Nothing's in the directory. So I want to actually remove it. So I can go type rmdir and then the name of the directory. What was it? MilSpouse. So when you see how I was typing, I think it's called MilSpouse, but I don't want to finish typing everything. I can press tab and it'll auto-complete like the name of the folder. So again, I'm removing the directory rmdir, then MilSpouse, and then I click tab and it auto-completes the rest of the folder name. And if I remove it, I can list it. I can press LS to list everything, and now MilSpouse code along does not show. I can double check on my desktop to see it's no longer there. So I just successfully deleted that that folder. I'm going to clear, and this just literally clears it. I can actually go up and still see everything. It just clears it, just literally like moves everything up to the top of the terminal, the top of the command line. And you can remove files by clicking RM and then the name of the file. So if I click LS, I want to remove this JS code along file now. So if I RM, so I'm down here in this remove, I'm going to remove that file. So I'm going to RM code along, and if I tab it, it's going to auto-complete it. I click enter, and if I click LS to list everything out, the code along JS file is no longer here. If I look on my actual desktop via the GUI, it's no longer here as well. So this is just the command line. You'll be, as a software engineer, as a software developer, you'll get really familiar with the command line. You'll be using it day in and day out, navigating folders, creating files, and also just executing commands to run your application. And then we have ls. Here's another command. ls, I've been doing that a lot. It just lists the contents of the current directory that you're located in. So I'm currently in the desktop folder. And if I click ls, it's going to list everything out, which it just did. So ls, it just listed everything out. Now cd is, I think it's current directory or change directory. That's what it stands for. Something like that. Changes the directory you're currently in. So right here, I see I've got the U.S. National Parks project folder that we're going to be working with today. This is where our application resides. I already downloaded the project folder from the Google Drive folder, and now I actually want to like navigate into it and list out what files are in there. So in order to do that, I can type cd, and then the name of the folder, U.S. National, and then I can tab over, and it auto completes it. I'm pressing tab to auto complete, and I press enter. And now you noticed TA pre, that's the root directory of my MacBook. This is the name of my MacBook account. I'm on the desktop, and now I'm in the U.S. National Parks folder. And now I can list everything that's in the U.S. National Parks folder. ls. Here we go. We've got our README file. We have our app.js file. We have an assets folder. And we have an index.html file. And don't worry about these colors, like how my colors are yellow and green and blue. Yours will be different. This is like custom configuration that I did on mine. So, and now in order to navigate back to the desktop, I can press CD, and I want to move up one directory. So the U.S. National Parks directory or folder resides in the desktop folder. So I want to move back out of the US National Parks folder and move back into the desktop folder, I can press CD and then dot. So it's like moving up a directory. See, now I'm back in the desktop right here. And if I press CD all the way, so just pressing CD will take me back to the very root directory of my computer. So right there. Now say I want to navigate to the National Parks folder from my root directory. So I first have to CD into the desktop, but I can also go in and type in US National Parks. So it goes in it goes up 2 levels or in 2 levels. It goes into the desktop, then it goes into the US National Parks folder. LS, or click enter, and now I can list and I'm in my US National Parks folder. Now let's look. So I've got another folder called command line exercises up here on my desktop. And I wanted to navigate into this command line exercises from within the US National Parks folder. So in order to do that, I can CD dot. So I'm going up 1 level, pressing space, and then I'm going to go. So right here, I'm like, this is saying go up 1 level into the US National Parks folder. And then once I'm in the US National Parks folder, look for command line exercises. So now I've navigated up 1 level to the US National Parks, and then I've gone into the command line exercises folder. I can list everything out in here. We got a couple of texts. I got an awesome.txt file and an exercise1 folder. So I want to navigate back up 1 level, back to this desktop, and there I'm back to the desktop. If I want to create multiple files in one time, I can do the touch. So this command touch, which creates a new file. I can do touch file1.txt, file2.txt, file3.txt. So I'm just creating text files just for this practice exercise. I can press enter, and I'm going to list out everything in the desktop. And here I go. I got these 3 txt files. But I want to actually, let's remove those 3 file.txt, file1.txt, file2.txt, file3.txt. And I just deleted all those txt files by removing all of them at the same time. So let's do a code along, and let's see if you guys can actually. I know you can. Let's see what we can do from the command line with the code along. So in order to get to your command line, if you're on Mac, you can press Command space, and it brings up the Spotlight search. And if you just type in terminal, and here's your terminal, and you can do everything in here. If you're in Windows, I believe it's the command prompt, and you can bring up your command. It is small. Okay, thank you. Whoa. See this? It's still too small. Oh. So if you want to follow along, if you want to open up your command line by doing, if you're on a Mac, command space and pressing terminal, typing in terminal and pressing enter, you can bring up your command line right here. and then just try to do this exercise that I just had up displayed. Oh. Is everyone on mute? Can you? If you want to, like, if I ask questions or anything, and if you want to, like, shout out an answer, if you want to stop or go back, are you able to unmute yourself? Okay. Must be something with the Zoom.
Hey, Tom, it's Carly. I believe that only the panelists are able to talk.
Okay.
So all the attendees will have to type the question in the chat.
Okay.
So I can always relay information or questions to you.
Perfect. Awesome. That works.
Okay, cool.
So I'm going to put an exercise up on the screen, and let's see. I'm going to give you like 10 minutes to see if you can replicate what this does. Let's see. Hold on. Whoop. What's going on? So I'm going to walk through it first, and then you guys can try on your own. So open up the terminal or the command line or the command prompt if you're on Windows. So it says make a folder on your desktop called command line exercise. So I'm going to ls, I'm going to cd in onto my desktop. So I'm not currently in my desktop. I'm at the root directory of my folder. So I'm going to cd into my desktop right here. I'm going to list everything out on my desktop. I like listing stuff out in the current in my current directory, in my current folder, just so I think how to open the command in Windows. Command line in Windows. So if you have VS Code, they're actually already there. So if you can't access the command, the terminal on Windows, if you have VS Code, okay, I'm going to show you how to access the terminal in VS Code. So if you just open up the VS Code, there should be across the top, there should be a terminal, and you can select new terminal. And then the terminal should show up there on the bottom, and you can expand the terminal. So let's just walk through this if you're using VS Code and the terminal in VS Code. So I'm going to repeat getting to the command line in VS Code. I'm going to right click, or I'm just going to open up VS Code. Here's like, all right, I have an update for VS Code. Cool. I'm going to click up here across the top and click new terminal. And here's the new terminal. And here's my root directory, TA-preet on MacBook Pro 2. And if I ls, I'm listing everything out. So right here, it's this ls. I'll go back. Over here, it's this ls. I'm list everything out in the folder. So terminal is on my console. So if you list everything out, or if you click CD and go back to your root directory, by pressing CD, it should take you back to your very root directory. And then you can kind of look to see where your desktop might be located at. And it doesn't necessarily have to be on your desktop, but just for this exercise, we just kind of want you to go to your desktop, but you can actually create files and folders anywhere on your laptop. So in the VS Codes terminal, let's walk through this real quick. Let's code along. It says make a folder on the desktop called line exercise. This is part of the first step. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to CD, I'm going to change what directory I'm in. I'm going to CD into my desktop, and then I'm going to make a directory called command line exercise. So I'm going to list, all right, my desktop is down here. So I need a CD into that, CD desktop. Right, I'm going to list everything out in there because I like to do that. I already have a folder called command line exercises. I'm going to delete that folder first. So in order to delete a folder, I can use remove directory or rm space -rf. This specific command, it's called recursively force, like you're recursively forcing removing of every single file within that directory. So if this command line exercises folder has content in it, like files or additional folders, it will delete everything in there first, and then it will delete the folder. So I'm gonna CD into command line exercises. I'm gonna list everything out in there. All right, I got a couple things in there. I'm going to navigate backwards up to my CD because I noticed that there's some content already in the command line exercises folder. So I'm going to have to use this rm space -rf to delete that. So I'm going to use rm-rf command line exercises. I list it again. I'm going to list everything out on my desktop. And now command line exercises does not exist in here where it did up here before. So that's just the starting point of where I'm at right now. So I need to create a folder called command line exercise. So I'm going to use this make directory, which creates a new folder. Make dir command line exercise. I don't know how to spell. I'm going to list it out. Here's my command line exercise folder that I just created. So step 2, it says inside that folder. So inside the command line exercise folder, make another folder called exercise 1. So I'm going to CD in the command line exercise folder. I listed. All right, there's nothing in there. So I need to create another folder called exercise 1. So I'm going to make directory exercise 1. I list it. So in my command line exercise folder, there's another folder called exercise 1. So it's an empty file called awesome.txt. All right. Whoop. Go back out one directory. So create an empty file called awesome.txt. So I'm going to do this. Whoop. So in order to create an empty file called awesome.txt, I'm going to use this touch command because this touch command creates a new file. CD. Okay. Stephanie. So if you're stuck back here at your root directory, if you list everything out, press LS, you should see like the contents of all the folders at your root directory of your laptop. And then on mine, my desktop is there. In order to CD into the desktop, I press CD and spell out desktop. So I'm literally just CD into this folder right here, desktop. So let's continue on with this. So I created a file called awesome.txt. But first I need to be within this command line exercise. So let's get back there. Whoop. The first one I should clear just to clear up the screen. So I'm going to list everything. I need to get back into my command line exercise folder, cd command line exercise. I'm going to list everything out again, clicking ls, enter. There's my exercise 1. And in this folder, I want to create a new file called awesome.txt by doing the touch command. Press enter. I'm listing everything out. There we go. Now I've added the awesome.txt to my command line exercise folder. So go back, and then it says go back out one directory and create another folder called exercise 2. So I'm CDing out one level by doing that, by doing cd space ... And it takes me back to my desktop. Then this, I need another folder called exercise 2. So I'm going to use the make directory command that creates a new folder. Make dir exercise 2. I'm going to list it. Where's my exercise 2 folder? There it is. It's within my desktop. It's not within my exercise or command line exercise yet. I'm going to change into that directory and change back out. So in order to change into the exercise 2 directory, I'm going to cd exercise 2. I'm listing everything out, so nothing currently exists in exercise 2. That's why nothing showed up. Now I'm going to cd back out to it, or back out to the desktop by going up one level. So I'm in here. I'm in the exercise 2 folder. I need to go back out to the desktop. So I'm going back up one level. Let's move on, and then delete the exercise 2 folder. So since nothing resides in the exercise 2 folder, I can use this rmdir command and the name of the file, or the name of the folder, rmdir exercise 2. So nothing, when there aren't any errors and like nothing seems to happen, that's usually a good thing. So I'm going to list everything out on the desktop, and now the exercise 2 is gone, where it used to reside right here. So I'm going to clear everything. Zoom in a little bit so it might be easier to see. Exercise 2 folder, list everything out in the current directory you're in, then change into the exercise 1 folder and list everything. It's kind of, all right, what did it say? List everything in the current directory you are in. So list, I'm currently on the desktop. Great. And then it tells me to list everything in the current, and change into the exercise 1 folder and list everything in it. So cd, I need to go to this command line exercise folder. Command line exercise, I press tab to autocomplete. Then exercise 1. So now I'm within that exercise 1 folder. Command line exercise, I spelled command line exercise wrong, whatever. And then I'm in the desktop, and it said list everything out in that folder, which nothing exists. So for those of you that are on Windows that are using VS Code, are the commands not working, like cd and touch? Only touch isn't working. Huh. So the make directory command, are you using a space or just like as one word? So using make. So make directory is just one word. PowerShell. How to change from PowerShell to command prompt. I'm going to try to find some resources to help you change from the PowerShell. I'm not familiar with the PowerShell. I just linked to so yeah, I guess PowerShell is starting to replace command prompt on the Windows machines. Your terminal only opens up a Python directory. Interesting. Huh. I'm just reading some of the guys' comments. It looks like there's like a bunch of discrepancies with Windows, PowerShell. I have command open now in my terminal and still can't touch. So it must be PowerShell. I'm going to look for the commands for the PowerShell real quick. Creating, deleting, names, files, folders, and let's see. Let's look at echo command. Hold on 1 second. I'm looking up a bunch of PowerShell. Familiar with the PowerShell on Windows. It's different. Creates an array of text files, deleting files and folders with PowerShell. Remove item path. Huh. There might be a way to switch to the command prompt. I think I sent out a link. Open command window here. How to replace PowerShell with command prompt on File Explorer. And it's totally okay if you don't get everything right now, but just understand that there are other ways. This whole exercise is just there are other ways to interact with your desktop and in the command line and interact with files and folders and everything like that without having to do it via the command or via like the GUI. So without having to work like right clicking and creating new folders and files, I just wanted to emphasize that there are other ways to interact with your desktop or with your computer other than using a GUI. So it's okay if you don't understand all of this or even can execute some of the commands, because I guess PowerShell, back in my search bar from my computer, it seems like PowerShell's replacing the command line for Windows machines, which I'm not aware of. And they have different commands to do everything. It pulls up PowerShell and is working is separate from the command line. Yep. Thank you, Lynn. You can take a 14-minute break. I'll stick around to answer any questions and try to troubleshoot some of the Windows machines. But with regards to PowerShell and creating files and folders and everything like that, and then we can be back in, what time is it? Just be back at like 11, and then we'll actually go into like JavaScript and actually writing. We won't be doing anything in the terminal from here on out, which is good since people are having, since some of the commands don't align with Windows PowerShell. So, but I just wanted to emphasize that there are different ways to interact with your laptop or your computer with your operating system.
And before everybody goes to break, if you can promote the hashtags for MilSpouse coders, the ones that are right there on your screen right now, we will be giving away a prize to the one that we find posting the most randomly. Well, if we can find you. So go ahead and get those posted for us.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and get started and do a little intro to JavaScript now. So we're actually gonna be writing code, which is a fun part of software development and everything like that. So let's open up a REPL. Let's go to your REPL account and REPL.it to start actually writing some JavaScript. So if you followed the directions and created an account in REPL, here's your basic REPL page, and then you click New REPL and select JavaScript, and then create a new REPL account. So it's creating a new REPL account. And here is your REPL now. I'm going to bring my slides over here. So in your new REPL account, or your new REPL, your JavaScript REPL, let's change, here's like the name of the REPL. It gives you a default name called like treasured Boolean logic. Let's edit this and just put like intro to JavaScript. So it's changed the name of it now. So you'll be able to go find it later to reference any code you write now. You can reference it later by knowing that we're doing the intro to JavaScript part. But first, like, what is JavaScript? JavaScript is not Java. So those are two different languages. We have JavaScript, which is a language, and we have Java, which is a totally separate language. A lot of people confuse the two just because they both have the name Java in it, but JavaScript does not equal Java. They're two completely different languages. And JavaScript is known as like the language of the web. Like what you see on the screen and everything like that, it's all like, it's a web-based, it's not web-based, but you can pretty much do anything in JavaScript, and you can manipulate web pages or manipulate what you see on the screen here and everything like that using JavaScript. It's dramatically growing in popularity because of frameworks like React.js, Vue.js, and Angular. These are like front-end frameworks that enable you to write and design front-end applications using these frameworks. And then also, it's a full stack solution. And what does that mean? Full stack means you can write front-end code, like front-end what you see on the screen, which is also known as client side. It's like everything you see on the screen, and then it allows you to also write back-end or server-side code, like your databases and stuff like that, things that interact with your database. And that's because of Node.js, which is another it's a V8 framework V8 engine that was developed by Google back in like 2007 or 8 or something like that, which enables you to write server-side or back-end code in JavaScript. Up until that point, you'd have to use like another language like Ruby or Java or C++ or any other Python or something like that. But now you can use JavaScript to code the entire full stack. That's what this is called. Like that's what full stack means. It means you can write back-end code and front-end code, server-side code, client-side code. They're all called the same thing. So you can write the whole thing in JavaScript now, and it's dramatically growing in popularity. Let's move back to our REPL. I'm going to close my VS Code. I'm going to bring up my JavaScript REPL. So what can you do in JavaScript? So we can do arithmetic operations. So I'm going to do forward slash. That means I'm writing a comment. So I'm just writing math operations. So this is how you can comment out code by doing the forward slash. And then anything after that is just like a commented out piece of code. So when this file runs, they look at, oh, this is commented out. We're not going to actually run that. And comments are it's very important to comment your code, like comment about what you're about to write in your code. So the next software engineer, this next software developer, or perhaps you come back like 6 months later and look at your code and be like, oh, I don't know what this is supposed to do. That's what comments are generally for. And also, you can also print out in the terminal, which is over here on the left or right-hand side, or also known as the console. You can print out stuff by doing a command or a method called console.log. I'm going to zoom in a little bit. Is that better? So I can do console.log and then say, hello, everyone. So over here, I'm writing my JavaScript code. And over here on the right-hand side is where I'm going to be outputting my code, like the results of my code when I run it. I'm going to actually close this. And in order to run my code in this REPL, I just click run. And it says, hello, everyone. So this console.log is what's running. It's a function saying like in the console log this thing. So this is known as the console on the right-hand side. So in the console.log, then in quotes or in parentheses, right, hello, everyone. And that's what's going on over here. So what can we do in JavaScript? Well, we can do addition. We can just do like basic math, like 1 plus 1. Like that. So 1 plus 1, if I run this, it'll equal 2. So I can just do like basic math like that. Now I can do subtraction, console.log, 3 minus 2. I can run that, and we'll get 1 over here. So I'm just going to comment out this first one. So I'm going to backspace, so that one's commented out. And I'm going to // that as well. I said backspace for some reason. So I'm going to comment out this line as well. What else can we do? We can do console.log multiplication by doing 5 and doing an asterisk by 2 and running that. So I'm going to get 10 over here. So this asterisk represents the multiplication. And this plus sign equals addition. And this minus sign equals subtraction. What else can we do? Exponents, console.log. In order to do exponents, I can do like 3 $2, which means let's run that and see what it does. 9. So it's like 3 to the power of 2 equals 9. What other math operations do we have? We have division, console.log. 10 divided by /2. So this / is the division, and that should equal 5. Here we got 5. And in order to comment out the entire line, you can press Command on Mac and then /. That comments it out and uncomments out code. And then another very popular one, which is used more than a lot, or which is used quite a bit, is called modulus. I'm just going to do this modulus command. How do you delete out, like comment out, like that? So in order to comment out code, I just do command and /. Yes, so yeah, in Windows it's control /. And so for modulus, I can do console.log. I don't like that message there. I can do 10, and then the percent sign, 3. The modulus gives you the remainder of like how many times 3 goes into 9 or 3 goes into 10, and then what the remainder would be. So 3 goes into 10 3 times, but then you'd have a remainder of 1. So I'm going to click run, runs. Returns the remainder. So you can do just like basic math operations. I'm going to give you some space, enter, enter. We'll talk about variables. What are variables? I'm going to bring this over here. So variables just store data, they store values. Variables, create a variable, we'll use let and const. We really don't use var anymore. Values are assigned to variables using the equals operator. Typically they are camel case. I'll show you what that means. Starts with the lowercase letter and uses a capital letter to separate words. So over here, if we use like first name, if you want, it would be like first, lowercase first, and then uppercase name, or last name, lowercase last, uppercase name, or like case G and get, and an uppercase value. Variables are case sensitive, should be lowercase most of the time. We won't get into when they'll be uppercase or anything like that. So here's an example of how to create a variable. We'll do let, and then declare the variable name, and like what it should equal. So it can be anything. And here's another using the const declaration. So I'm going to go back to our repo, do variables. So in order to declare a variable, I can do let first name equal Tom. In order to, I want to console log that value. I can console log first name. Comment out this last math modulus. If I run this, it's going to come over here. It's going to assign first name equals Tom. And Tom is what we'll get to it, a data type known as a string, but we'll get to that. So I'm assigning Tom to the variable name of first name, and I'm going to console log first name. And this should equal Tom. So if I run this code up here, just say Tom right there. And if I changed it or like added another one, let some number. So I'm declaring a variable named some number. I'm equaling it using the equal sign, 6. If I come down here and declare some or console log some number, should equal 6. So I'm going to comment out my first name. So I'm letting some number equal 6, and then I'm printing out or console logging the sum number value. Let's see what that, I'm going to run this up here. Great. So we've got variables, but we've also noticed that when I declared Tom or I created the word Tom, I put this quotes over it, like over it. So I can't just do Tom because like I don't know what that means. Or the computer in JavaScript doesn't know what that means. Doesn't know what that is. So that gets us into what is called data types. There's all type, but we'll cover all of them here. So we have a string. A string is just like a sentence or like a word, you know, and it's used and it's created by using the single quotes or the double quotes around the word. So just like I did Tom, by doing the double quotes, I created this as a string. Strings can be added together for each, or yeah, strings can be added together. So I'm gonna create another variable under here called middle name. Let middle name equal Anthony. And if I wanted to add those together and console log those, I can say console log first name plus, I'm doing a math operation right now up here. I'm adding math plus middle name. If I run this, it should just say like Thomas Anthony, all connected to one another as like as one word. Or Tom Anthony. So in order for me to add a space, I can do add a space there. So right here, I'm declaring first name equals Tom, in a lowercase om. And then I'm declaring a middle name of Anthony. I'm doing first name plus an empty string, which is with just a space. So right here is an empty string that's literally just a space. And I'm adding also middle name. And if I run this, it should say Tom space Anthony. Right here, Tom space Anthony. There's that space that's being executed right here. So that's how strings work. And then we also have numbers. We've kind of been working with in order to declare a number. I'm going to do data types. String. At first name equals Tom. I'm just separating everything out for readability. Give me some room. We have strings. I'm going to do let middle name. I'm just replicating equals, and it doesn't have to always be double quotes. It can be single quotes as well. I've got double quotes here and single quotes here, or single quotes on around Anthony. Now we have numbers. So let's look at some numbers. And see how what just happened was I accidentally deleted the end quote, and this line turned red. There's a little red error line that says like, hey, this isn't undetermined string literal. So do that. Numbers. So numbers, let 1 equal 1, let 2 equal 2, let 3 equal 3 equal 3, let pi equal 3.14. So a number is literally just like a number, but without you don't need quotes around anything. So in this case, if I wanted to do console log 1 plus 2, I'm going to comment that out. I'm going to do console log 1 plus 2. The output should be hopefully 3. 3, there we go. Great. So we covered strings, numbers. Now we're covering what are called Booleans. Boolean is literally just a true or false value. We use this a lot in software development based off of whether something is true or false. And we'll get to that a little later. So we got Booleans. So let value or let some variable equals true. And then let another variable equal false. So we can actually assign a Boolean value. That's what we call a true or false value to a variable. And so if I console log some var and execute that code, it should say true. If I wanted to console log another variable, it should say false. So that's where we got the sum variable, and here's we got the other variable. There we go. So we've covered strings, numbers, Booleans, and then we also have null, which is different than anything else. It just means there is no value, or like that variable doesn't have any value at all. So I'm going to comment out these. I'm going to do null. So let Jeff equal null, and we can console log that. Jeff. So we assigned a variable named Jeff, and we're giving it the value null, which means it doesn't have a value. So I'm going to console log on line 37, and it should print over here, null. Null. There we go. Null is another frequently used value, or doesn't have a value. Use null a lot as well. And we also have another data type called undefined, which means the value hasn't been defined yet. So that like no value has been assigned yet. Where it differs from null, because null means it doesn't have any value, whereas undefined means it has a value, but just the value hasn't been assigned yet. All right, let city equal undefined. So there we have a city. Scroll down a little bit. Console log, I'm going to console log the city. So we're declaring a variable named city. We're equaling it, giving it a value of undefined at the moment. Then we're going to console log the city. There we go, undefined. And you notice right here, like it returns an undefined value always, pretty much every time. That's because we're not actually executing any functions or anything like that. We're not actually returning anything yet. We're just printing out to the screen. So we're not actually executing, we're not actually returning any value. We're just printing out values to the screen. So that's undefined. And now we've got a couple more. So in order to, we can actually store a list of values. And in order to do so, we can use a data type called an array or a list. And it's defined by these square brackets right here. So for an example, we can let another array equal, put anything in the square brackets and have it comma separated. And we can store a value. Let's go do that. Arrays are very common. Arrays. We can let array, let city no, let's let array or list, sorry, equals. So we're declaring a variable using the let keyword, a variable named list. And we're going to give it a value of an array by doing the square brackets. And then we can put anything in here like Tom, for, undefined, null. So I'm actually just listing out a bunch of different data types. Null, undefined, Anthony. So there we go. And if I want to console log this list and run it, we have an array of a string of Tom. So in this list, it has a string at the first index of Tom. On the second, or on second index, it's a number 4. Then we have undefined, null, and then the very last one is a string of Anthony. Anybody have any questions up until this point? Great. So that's an array. And then in order to, if I wanted to list, if I wanted to access this list in this array, or if I wanted to access a value in the array, you can access it by index. So this is at index 0. This is at index 1. This is at index 3. Null is at index 4. And Anthony is at index 0, 1, 2, 3. Oh yeah, null is at index 3. And Anthony is at index 4. So right now I've listed all of these values. But if I just wanted to list, my first name, Tom, I can do list and then do square brackets like that, and right next to the list, and access that very first index. And if I print that out, I've got this is printing out down here with this first console log. And there's a second console log. I'm printing the first index, or the value at index 0 of the list. So this is the at index 0. So if I wanted to do that 2 more times, or 3 more times, 1, 2, 3. Let's do it 4 times. So I'm accessing the value at index 0, which is Tom. I'm accessing right here on line 46, the value at index 1, which is 4, and then so on. And if I console log it, it should be listing Tom, 4, undefined, null, and Anthony. That's how you access values within a list, or within an array. Comment that out. And finally, for the last one, we have things called objects. They're also known as dictionaries or hashes. In JavaScript, they're known as objects. It stores key value pairs. Think of it actually as like a dictionary. So in a dictionary, you have the word, and then like the definition is the value of that word. So, and you can declare it by using curly brackets or braces. Call them curly brackets. So we have let an object use some curly brackets. Key is key 1, and then the value is right here, and it's separated by a colon. So I'm going to just copy that. Go over to our REPL. I'm going to do objects. So I'm going to let an object, I'm declaring a variable named object, or obj, I'm equaling it, and I'm doing the curly brackets. right there. It's, if you do shift and then the square bracket is the curly bracket. If I click enter, it automatically brings everything down to the next line, and it has it indented a little bit, which is good. So we never really want to write like that when we're on another line. We want it kind of indented a little bit for readability. So we have the key. So first name. So this is the key, and the value of my of the first name is Tom. And I can do last name. My last name is Preet. So, and I'm getting this little red squiggly underline. That means something is wrong, and it's because after each key value, which is here's the key, a colon, and then the value. In order to separate it, you need a comma on the outside of that last parenthesis. So let's console log. Bring that up. Console log. Object. If I run it, here it goes. It says here's that curly brace. First name equals Tom, comma, last name equals Preet. Now, in order to grab the first name value, like if I wanted to print just Tom, I can do dot the first name, or I can do curly brackets just like we do in using arrays. I can type in, is it first name? This might be wrong, actually. I might get an error. Comment that out. There we go. First name is not defined. So it's because I need that. I need to put that in quotes. There we go. So in order to access that value, the key, the actual value of the key, I do object, square brackets, and then the key name. And then like the key name in quotes. There's also another way to do it. So this is called like square bracket notation. I think I can do first name in dot notation. Oh, no, can't do that. Disregard. Oh yeah, you can't do that right now. We'll get to it when you can do that at some point. So just know that square bracket notation of how to grab the value of the object. We did a code along. What are some other operators that we can do? We have these logic operators. So we have equals, which compares two values, like does value A equal value B? It's done by double equal signs or triple equal signs. Triple, you can like use them interchangeably, but to be on the safe side, use like triple equals. We also have not equals, it's exclamation point followed by two equal signs. So let's do some examples. Logic operators. Where are we at? From a timing perspective, I'm just checking up. Ooh, all right. So equal sign, I'm going to do like let A equals 4, let B equals 2, and now I'm going to like compare these for equal sign, equal. I'm going to console log A double triple equals B. So this is going to compare, does A equal B, and it's going to return a truthy or falsy value. which means a true or false of whether or not that equals. So this should equal false. So if I run that, we get false. Great. We've got not equal. So console log A does not equal B. And that should be a truthy. A truth, return a true. So if I run that code, returns true. So A does not equal B equals true. That is true. It does not equal B. And we also have greater than. I'm going to comment that out. Greater than, which is just done by that. So console log A is greater than B. Is A greater than B? 4 is greater than 2. So this should return true. Great. We have less than, just console log B is less than, or A is less than B. That should not be true. So that should be false. And then we also have, let's just run that. So console log A is A less than B. So is 4 less than 2. That's not true. So it's going to return false. And we have greater than or equal to. Greater than or equal to. Console log A is A greater than or equal to B. Let's run that. Which is that equal? Probably true. Cool. And we also have less than or equal to. Less than or equal to. It's pretty much the same thing down here, except it's the opposite. Less than or equal to. That should equal probably false. True, false, yep. Run that one more time. Equals false right there. Great. So false. This is true. Comment that out. All right, what else do we got? We have conditional logic. So this is really important. This when you want to control what part of your file, your application, your function runs, you're going to want to determine at what part of your program you want to run. So it's called control flow. It's either true or false, just like Boolean values. So it allows us to select different outcomes depending on user input or the result of a computation. So we have this thing called an if statement. If A equals B, then it runs in here. We have this if else statement. So if A equals B, run this. If it doesn't equal B, then it's going to run this. Delete that. Then we also have an else if statement. So if A equals B, run this code. Else, if B is greater than, or is A greater than B, run this code. Else, do something else. Let's do all that. I'm going to copy that. Move back to our REPL. Control flow. So here's, I'm going to let A equal 5, let B equal 6. So I'm gonna, down here, I'm gonna console log A equals B, else A greater than B, else A less than B. So what's going on here? Why am I getting these errors? Oh, it didn't close. So if I run this, if A equals B, it's going to run this code, this console log A equals B. Else, if A is greater than B, it's going to run console log A is greater than B. Else, it's going to run this code. So if any of these, so if this one doesn't work, if this does not return true, and this does not return true, then it's automatically going to run this one, this last else statement. So in this case, 5 is less than B, so it should probably run this one, the very last else statement. So if I run that, A is less than B. If I changed A to 6, it should run this very first console log, A equal B. If I changed A to 7, where now 7 is greater than 6, where A is greater than B, it should run this console log, A is greater than B. A is greater than B. So those are if statements. Oh, there we go. Then we also have loops. We have while loops and for loops. A lot of people use for loops. So loops can execute a block of code over and over again until some condition returns true. So I'm going to copy this. So when the condition becomes false, the code like stops executing. Control for. Let's go down here. I'm going to do for loop. Do that. So a for loop says for, and then in this parentheses, we're declaring a variable I, we're setting it to equal 0. And then it's gonna iterate as long as I, this value, which is currently 0, is less than 100, it's gonna execute this code right here. And then every time it executes the code, it's gonna add 1 to this value of I. So I'm gonna console log. So this code should execute 100 times. So I'm gonna just console log I. So for let I equal 0, as long as I is less than 100, run this code, this console log. Every time it runs it once, it's gonna add 1 to the value of I. And this I plus plus is just another way to saying I equals I plus 1. Well, or I plus 1. So if I run this for loop, it's going to execute this code 100 times. It says 99 down there, but it runs 1 for 0. So it's 100 times. So I can actually change I to 1 and then say, using our logical operators of less than or equals. So as long as I is less than or maybe equals 100, it's going to actually print I. The first time I is ran is 1. Then the second time, then once that runs, it's going to add 1 to I, which is now 2. And then since it checks I is less than 100, which is true, it's going to run this again and keep doing this. It's going to keep looping through this until I is greater than 100. So I'm going to run that. So I is 1, 2, 3, and it prints out this console log 100 times. I can do it 1,000 times too. Might take a little while. not that long, but it printed out 1,000 times. So let's do a functions. Functions are literally just a set of instructions. So I can do functions. It's just like a set of instructions. It's like a small piece of code that executes a very specific set of instructions. And in order to declare a function, we actually type the word function, and then we have to name the function. Let's name it some func. And we have to do parentheses like that. That means it's a function. And we do curly braces like that. So we have a function named some func. And then anytime this some func is called or invoked, it's going to execute this code called, and it's only going to print I'm executing some func function. So that's how a function works. Whoop. So in order to invoke a function, in order to call it so it runs, so right now I just have the some function. If I run my code, nothing shows up. Actually, I'm going to return, instead of console logging it, I want to return. So every function should return a value. So before we've been printing using console log. But every function should have a return, should return a value. So in this case, I'm returning by using this keyword return at the very end of the function. And I'm returning, I'm executing some func function. So if I run it, nothing happens because I'm actually not invoking this function. I'm not actually calling it. I just created the function. I'm not actually executing the function. And in order to execute the function, I can just write the function name, some func, and invoke it by doing the parentheses. And now this some func function should be executed. If I run it, see, it says I'm printing. So that's where the console log is. And then notice instead of it always saying undefined before, it says I'm executing some func function. And the reason why they have this backslash, or yeah, is that a backslash? It's just the way this REPL is printing this out. So that's how we execute functions. And now, but what if we wanted to pass some sort of data in here, in this function, and use it? So I'm going to comment that out. Functions can take in what are called parameters. So I'm going to do function, another, I'm going to do sum, and this function is literally just going to add two numbers together. So I'm going to take in, and I want to put my parameters in here, num1, num2. So I have to pass in variables into this function to have that work. And in this function, let's assign, first number equal this num1, and let second number equal num2. So when I execute this function, like I did on line 100, I'm going to pass in some numbers as num1 and num2, and then I'm going to assign variables first number to that number one, the first number I pass in, and create another variable called second number and assign it to the second number that I'm passing in. And I want to return to first number plus second number. And now when I actually want to invoke this function, sum, like this is where right here, it says sum num1 any num2 any. That means pass in, this is the parameter name, num1, and that's, I think this means any data type can be in there. So I'm going to pass in 25 or 25 plus 47, and it should return these two numbers added together. So I'm running it, and I'm getting 72 back. So I can always change that to 5 plus 3. I'm running that. So I'm passing in 5. 5 is getting passed in as num1. So this is now 5. And 5 is being added, or first number variable equals num1. So the first number equals 5. And then the second number equals num2, which I'm passing in as 3. Then I'm adding first number plus second number. I'm returning that value. So if I run this again, it's returning 8. So those are functions right now. So we're not going to get to the application or the FizzBuzz algorithm right now. We're going to we're going to take a break and then jump into the actual application. So if you want to take a 15-minute break, be back at, what time is it? 2 hours. What is it? Oh, yep.
Okay,
Oh, it's lunch.
Tom,
It's lunchtime,
we're
isn't it?
gonna do a prize now.
Oh, we're doing a prize?
Yeah, and then we're gonna take a break real quick.
Okay.
Instagram. Will you do this for Instagram, please? Yeah. I'm gonna do it right over by who's gonna do the video. Carly? Okay. Oh, I'm not. Sorry, I'm on my mic. Oh, this T-shirt. Where is it? Okay.
You got prizes?
We got a prize. We got a T-shirt. Or here, Tony. Oh, okay. Oh, I'm still live on Facebook. Oh, YouTube. Okay. All right. So Toan's got a Code Platoon T-shirt.
Hi guys.
Yeah, so
T-shirt, and I've got
she's got a cup with names.
social media who's been sharing the hashtags
Uh-huh.
MSC Hack 2019.
Yeah.
Cool Platoon, Code Along.
So-
MilSpouse.
Yeah. So okay, Toan's gonna. I don't know if you heard that, but
Let Jen pick.
Jen's gonna draw from a cup from the names that we were able to find that been sharing our hashtags.
And the winner is
The winner is
Jordy Perez. on
Jordy.
Facebook. You win
Jordy Perez on
a
Facebook.
Cool Platoon T-shirt. So please,
Yeah.
contact you. We'll DM you, and we'll get your information. We'll send this out to you.
All right.
So you guys, we're going to take a break for about an hour for lunch. During break, go ahead and take selfies, share a hashtag, and then the next break, we'll announce the next winners. Oh, we have 2. Oh, one more.
Oh, we're doing another drawing too.
We got one more. Sorry,
Yeah.
guys.
We're gonna take an hour break here on our end, Tom.
Yep. Oh, no, yeah, definitely.
Okay.
Take a
Okay.
lunch break.
Okay, yeah, and we got a MilSpouse Coders shirt that we're gonna give away
Sweet.
to Tana. Tana? Tana? Tana?
Instagram.
On Instagram. Okay,
So we'll go find her.
cool.
Okay, thanks, guys. Make sure you share those hashtags.
All right.
and
Have a good lunch,
then
everybody. Good break.
Great. We'll do another prize. Thanks,
See you
guys.
back at 1.
So, Jordy, for one of you guys on Slack or info.
I'll still be here to answer any questions via Slack or the Zoom webinar chat. If you have any questions. Oops, sorry. There's my rules. If you want to stick around, we can go through the FizzBuzz algorithm. I just might do it if you guys want to code along. It's actually lunchtime right now, but I'm still recording, so I'll just walk through a FizzBuzz at in 5 minutes. Yeah, we can take a 5-minute break, and then I'll just continue to go through like the algorithm. Other than that, if you want to take a lunch break, that's great. Oh, you're on East Coast time, perfect. But yeah, other than that, I am recording this, and I will be pushing it later on onto YouTube, and I will Slack out the links to them. So yeah, take a 5-minute break, and we'll go over a FizzBuzz. All right, we're just gonna walk through this FizzBuzz algorithm. Can everyone hear me? Sweet. All right, this FizzBuzz is like a pretty classic interview question, and it's just an interview question to design to help filter out like 99.5% of programming job applicants who can't seem to who just can't program. So here's the algorithm. So write a short program that prints each number 1 to 100 on a new line. For each multiple of 3, print the word fizz instead of the number. For each multiple of 5, print the word buzz instead of the number. And then for numbers which are both multiples of 3 and 5, print FizzBuzz instead of the number. So if we look back at our intro to JavaScript, or the REPL that I was using prior, what's going on? With for loops, where's my for loops? So right here, we'll be using a combination of this and some of these if statements. We're going to be using for loops, if statements, and then also functions. So write a short program. So our program will be called we're going to write a function called FizzBuzz. And we're not taking in any parameters. So it says print numbers, each number from 1 to 100. So down here in our old for loop, here's where we're kind of printing numbers between 1 and 100. So let's execute that FizzBuzz function. FizzBuzz, and I'm just executing that and seeing what happens. There we go. We got 1 to 100. Okay, cool. So we're printing each number from 1 to 100 on a new line. Good. We've accomplished this part, the very first one. So for each multiples of 3, print the word 5, or I'm sorry, for each multiple of 3, print fuzz instead of the number. So in order to find the multiples of 3, we have, where is it? We have this multiples, undefined data types. I can't remember. Oh, right here, this modulus. So in order to find multiples of 3, we can use this modulus operator that will return the remainder of a value. So if a number is a multiple of another number, that means it goes into it like a whole. It returns. It doesn't have any remainders left. So it goes into it like perfectly. So like the multiple, like 9 is a multiple of 3 because 3 goes into 9 3 times perfectly. There's no remainders. So for it to be a multiple of 3, we can do if. So I'm gonna leave this console log of I. So when I equals 3, like that means it's a multiple of 3. So I'm gonna do if I modulus 3 equals 0, because we don't want any remainders. That determines whether or not it's a multiple of that number. So we're going to console log fizz, and then else if, because we got to do a few of them, else if. So we've got this first one. If for each multiple of 3, well, let's just test this first. Okay, I'm getting ahead of myself. So if I modulus 3 equals 0, console log fizz. So I'm going to run this Oh, cool. So we got fizz. I multiple 3. Why is 3 showing up here? Oh, duh. So that. Actually, I'm gonna delete this console log. It's making the output confusing. So I'm gonna run it. So we get a bunch of fizzes, but I don't know what that value is like. So I'm gonna do what should I do? I plus space. I'm just doing this for formatting purposes. So I want to print I with a space and then fizz, because I just want to make sure that these are multiples of 5. Yeah. So 3 is a multiple of 3, 6 is a multiple of 3, 9 is a multiple, 12, 15. So great. So that works for fizz and multiples of 3s. Now we have to do else if I modulus 5 equals 0. We want to print console log, which is the print, what is it, buzz? So let's do the same thing here to make sure that I plus space plus, again, just for formatting purposes. I'm gonna run that. So we have fizz, all right, 5 is a multiple, 10 is a multiple. Why isn't 15 showing up here? That's interesting. We'll get back to that. And then also, so we've got these two down. So for numbers which are multiples of both 3 and 5, print fizz buzz. So in this case, when this function is ran, code reads just like a book. It reads linearly. It reads from top to bottom. So when it comes into this function and goes to this for loop, it reads this line of code first. And if this is true, it returns fizz. Else, and then it comes into here, this else if statement. And then if the very last, it would run this very last else statement, console log. I just want to print I right now. So since the reason why, like we know that where 15 resides, we know that 5 is a multiple of 15, but so is 3. So that's what this last case is for. So that's actually the first thing we actually want to test. So if I modulus 3 equals 0, and how do we do like and or like and in order to do like test to compare two different things, we use the double ampersand and I modulus 5 equals 0 console log fizz buzz. Where is this? So in here we do else if 5 buzz else console log. So we have a pretty big if statement, if else statement. So if I modulus 3 equals 0 and I modulus 5 equals 0 right here, console log print buzz, fizz buzz. Else if 3 modulus or I modulus 3 equals 0, console log fizz. Else if I modulus 5 equals 0, console log buzz. So once it actually gets to here, so if these two are true, it runs this, and then it doesn't execute any more code. If it just equals 3, then it executes this code, and then it doesn't execute the rest of the code, all the way down to the last one. So let's run this and see would actually work if it prints it out. So I'm actually going to do this formatting again, just so we know it works. What is going on? Oh, that makes sense. All right. I'll copy that. I'm going to do. There we go. Because I just want to print the values of that. So great. So we have fizz, buzz is a multiple of 5. That's great. 6 is a multiple of 3. Or 3 is a multiple of 6. So that's fizz. 7, 8 aren't either of them. So it just prints the number. 9 is a multiple of 3. So fizz. 10 is a multiple of 5. So it prints buzz. 12. And then once we get down to 15, so 3 is a multiple of 15. So or 15 is a multiple of 3. And 5 is a multiple of 3 or 15. So it prints fizz buzz. So it keeps it going down, it prints it all down there. So that is the fizz buzz algorithm. Whoa, what was that? There we go. See, someone's getting a syntax error. Does anybody have any questions? Yep, you can go ahead and work it on your own, see if you can do it, and I'll have the code here as a reference for you to try on your own. If no one has any questions or anything, we're going to go ahead and take a break until 1 p.m. Pacific time. And then we'll come back and we'll start building our application. I'll try to get through as much of it as possible, but there are instructions to complete it in its entirety that I'll also walk through, and you guys have access to, just in case we don't complete the entire thing. Okay, let's start again, and let's start building our actual application. So what we're actually going to be building today is a national park searcher. We're going to be using 3 third-party APIs to grab national park information, or national park data, a Google Maps API, and then a weather API to display the current weather at that national park. We're going to try to get through as much of it as possible in the next 2 hours. There's a good portion we might not get to the weather data or the Google Maps, but we're definitely going to get through, or hopefully get through the national park data. So what is an actual, what is an API? We've heard that, I've mentioned this term a few times already, but what is an actual API? An API stands for Application Programming Interface, and it's essentially just a way to talk to another piece of software. And there's specific rules and protocols on how to speak to that specific software. So here's an example of how to actually speak. This is what an API looks like. It's just an HTTP request to Google Maps embed API, and it's literally just maps /embed version 1 place, and then enter in some location, and then we have this thing called an API key. Same with the dark sky weather API. This is what this API looks like. API.darksky.net/forecast, and then we also have this API, or this API key right here, followed by a latitude and longitude of some sort. I'll walk you through how to get these API keys that we need in order to access these third-party APIs and actually successfully get back data. So let's build it. Can everyone hear me? No. Thank you. Cool. So first, in that code along setup Google Doc, there's a set of instructions that links us to the GitHub. This is what I'm going to be following along in building out our application using. So if you click on this, it's going to take you to a GitHub account with the assets and app.js. You don't need any of this. This is what we downloaded in our download folder. I'm literally just going to be walking through this entire thing up until 3:30 or whatever. So if you fall behind or need to drop off for any reason, know that you can just follow along in this with these instructions, and you should be able to complete it. I have code snippets that you can literally just copy and paste your code in and everything like that. So the first things first, let's open up VS Code. And let's bring in our project folder that you downloaded from the US National Parks. So if you downloaded this folder already, let's import that folder that should be on your desktop into VS Code. I've got VS Code open. I'm going up to File, Open. And I'm going to navigate to my desktop. I've got US National Parks. This is the folder that I want to be working in. I'm going to click on it and click Open. And over here to our left is where all the assets or all the contents of the US National Parks folder reside. So we have an assets folder that consists of a bunch of SVG files. These are the icons of the weather that we might get to. We have our app.js folder, which consists of our JavaScript. And we also have this HTML file as well. And within our folder, or where is it? In our desktop, let's open up this, open to the side. So I'm going to navigate to my desktop and go into the US National Parks folder, and just double click on it. And it should open up a new tab with it there. So go ahead. I just navigated from my desktop. I clicked to the National Parks folder right here. I just double clicked on the index.html file. And it should open up into your browser. This is where it opened up. And once we get here, if I inspect, so if I right click on my index.html in the browser and I click inspect, it's going to open up the Chrome Dev Tools. So it could be on the top or bottom. And let's navigate over here across the top. We have elements, console, sources, and a bunch of other tabs. Let's go to console. So in here, this is where a bunch of stuff will display when we get there. But currently, nothing's displaying at the moment. And let's just test this. I'm going to just search for California. And I click Get Parks. Nothing actually happens yet. And that's because our JavaScript file that has all the logic and all the code that's going to be running when I click this Get Parks folder hasn't been loaded yet. Did it open for you? So if at any point your JavaScript or your index.html file didn't work, you can literally just click on it and drag it to Chrome, and it should automatically open. So if double clicking on it doesn't work, you can probably click and drag it for you, and that should work. Cool. So now I'm back here in my VS Code, and I want to open up my index.html file. So this is what's responsible for everything displaying on the screen as we see it now. So let's kind of like walk through this. In HTML, this HTML file consists of two main parts of the file. We have the head and we have the body. In the head, just think of like a head as like a person. Think of HTML kind of like a person. In the head, all the information, all the like the logic and any external files, anything that we need can be loaded in the head. So here we have this random metadata. We have this thing called links to Bootstrap, which we're using. Bootstrap is a CSS framework that cascading style sheets essentially makes it all look pretty. It refers to all the styling in our web page. And then here we have a title with Hacker. That's what shows up here in the title of our web page in the Chrome tab. Then down here, this is where the navigation bar resides. This is all that's controlling the navigation bar. So we have a nav. You don't really need to know a whole lot about this because this is HTML. It's a scripting language. It's not an actual like programming language. So that's here. So I mentioned that there's the head and then there's also the body. And that's where like the navigation and all the stuff that actually shows up on the screen resides. So within this body is where everything down here will display on the screen. So we have the search field. That's what this is. That's what the search field is, this part. And then we also have this button here. That's shows right here. Then everything within the actual screen underneath the navigation bar resides in this container portion. So that's like everything down here. And right now, there's only an image. Yeah, there's only an image right now. And yours might, so I'm pretty sure yours National Park Searcher thing is broken. And that's because up here in this image source file, it has like file users, TA pre, desktop, workshop. So this is the location of where this image, this National Parks logo is in relation to your actual on your computer. So right now it shows this probably on mine. This is the location for mine, but we'll replace it with your location, and we'll get to that in a second. So right now, when I type in National Searcher or anything, nothing really happens. It's because our JavaScript file isn't being loaded into this HTML file yet. So in order to do that, all the way down here in our script, we have these things called scripts. And this is what is loaded every time your HTML file loads. So anytime you refresh your page, it's going to reload that anything that resides in this within the script tag. So in here, I've got a comment that said add our app.js file to the source attribute. So add our app.js file, which is over here in our directory, to the source attribute. So we have the source, and we're going to have to add our app.js file here. So I'm typing app.js, and I don't forget to save it because I have a lot of times people forget to save it. Once I click save it, go to File, Save, or Command S or Control S to save it. And once you do that, I'm going to come back here, and I'm going to inspect the page. Right-click Inspect, and then navigate to my console. And then if I refresh it, my app.js file should load. So right there, it says hello hackers. It says app.js:1. Then it's got this file, looks like a file directory, app.js:2. So go ahead and just add your app.js file. Just literally just type in app.js where it says where to add our app.js file. If you're there, just say like it worked for you in the comments. Sweet, great. So in VS Code up here where it says your file is index.html, if it's italicized, go ahead and double click on it so it becomes like normal text. Because if you just click on it once, it might be italicized and it won't stay up there. Next, let's open up our app.js file in VS Code. So if I double click on it, you should see a bunch of code. I already kind of written a lot of code, boilerplate code, just primarily for styling purposes for everyone. But if you notice on top, we have these two console logs. And if we up here at top on index or file on line 1, so if you open up, a couple of people are a little bit behind, but like, so in your index.html file, just add app.js to line 56 into the source attribute. Then you should be good to go. So within our app.js file, we have this console log hello hackers, and this location.ref. This is like a built-in function within the Google Chrome, or within the DOM. We'll get to that later. So when I refresh this, after I've added my app.js file to my index.html file, we have, this is what's being printed out here. Hello hackers, and then this file location. In order for your national parks logo to show up, let's copy this national parks file in our console, from our console. Let's copy that. See that? All right, that might be better. So I'm copying everything up to the index. Right click, copy. And then I'm going back to my index.html. And this is where that, or wait, where'd it go? This is where that national parks logo is being shown. So if I click on that and click paste. So I'm using this file users, TA pre desktop, US National Parks, assets, United States or US National Park Service, .svg. This is the location of where this logo resides. So yours probably looks something like this at the moment. So just a smiley face. In order to get it to display, just copy and paste this US National Parks, this file, all the way up into the index. Don't include the index. And paste it into this location right here, this image source file. And it's okay if you got this error initially, that's fine. That means that they couldn't find that file. But refresh, there we go. So that's why I'm printing this out here. So it's an easy way to see where all your files are located at. Let's go before we begin. Okay. So in this console, we're going to be printing off. So anytime we use the console.log in our app.js file, it's going to print over here in our Chrome Developer Tools console, which is good. So the first thing we need to do in order to get national park data, we have to get a national park API. So in the directions, there's this link. I'm going to post it in the channel as well to get started with the National Park Services API. If you go ahead and create an account and click sign up, you're going to receive an email with your API, and I'll show you what it looks like. So if you fill out your name, I'm going to fill out my name, Tom, Preet, Tom at codeplatoon.org. Research. You don't really need to do that. I'm going to click sign up. Whoa, oh, it already gave me my key. So once you sign up, you should actually see something like this, getting started with the National Park Services API. I think you should also get an email just in case. I'm going to check to see if there's an email that we get as well. Yep, you should also get an email, but here, this is what your API key looks like. This is unique to you as a person, and you need a unique one because of certain limits and stuff like that. But so whenever you're working with other APIs, they're going to need an API key, and this is what the API key looks like. Let's continue. So in here, here's our API key, and it says you can start using this key to make web service requests. Simple pass your U key in the URL when making a web request. And here's an example. If I highlight that and I open a new tab and I paste this API key with this stuff in it, I'm going to click enter. Hopefully it works. This is the data that we're going to be getting back from the API. So it looks like in this example that they give us, it's a national park located in Maine, or gives us the states, the latitude and longitude. We might need that, the description of it, a designation, a park code, an ID. I don't know what this ID means. Direction info, which is kind of cool, from Boston, blah, blah, blah. Directions URL, a full name, URL, weather, and also weather info, and then the actual name of it. So this is what an API actually returns. So once you have your API key, like I do here, I'm going to copy it, and I'm going to go back to my JavaScript file. And over here on line 6, here's where, between line 4 and line 7, here's where I'm going to keep all my API information that I'll need throughout my application. So on line 6, I've got this national parks NPS _ API. Now I'm just gonna, in place of where it says your NPS API, this is where your actual National Park Service API should be. Because we're gonna be using this variable throughout the application. And we can actually console log the API. Let's underneath it. I'm just going to console log NPS API. I'm going to save it. I'm going to go back to my application, my web browser, and click this refresh. And notice when I refresh it, here's that API. It shows up right there. App in the file app.js on line 7. I'm just going to delete that now. Does anybody have any problems getting their National Park Service API? Who's already gotten their National Park Service API? Sweet. Awesome. Great. Perfect. So what is next? So when we actually So, okay, yeah. So once you have your National Park Service API and have it fill it in to the National Park Service variable, NPS API variable, and we're recording this, so if anybody needs to refer back, you'll have access to this video. So I'm just going to refresh again, so it's gone now. And now, when I type in anything, I'm just going to type in Yellowstone and click Get Parks. Over here in my console, again, it says searching for national parks, ... So I'm console logging something. It's actually not searching for anything yet, but it says it's on app on line 158 of file app.js. So if I scroll all the way down, line 50, was it here? It says searching for national parks. This is the function that is going to actually get our data. So, hold on a second. So within this function, this get MPS data function is where we're going to get our data. So the first thing we need to do is I'm going to copy some code and I'm going to walk you through what happened. Okay, I just filled in a lot of code. Let's walk through this together. So I copied this from the code along tutorial. So in our MPS data function, when I click on that button and it says searching for national parks, down here on line 58, it's going to create a variable called NPS element, and it's going to do this grab a document.get element by ID, national parks. So what this does is it goes into our HTML file and grabs the element with the ID national parks. So document.get element by ID, and the ID is national parks, and it assigns it to the national parks variable. So in here, I gotta look for national parks. Where is it? So here's the element with an ID of national parks. So I'm grabbing that variable, and I'm assigning the actual text, the inner HTML. This is another method, and I'm making it equal this loading jumbo, which is another variable up here, which says loading jumbo on line 133. Which is a bunch of HTML. It's just a string, but it's essentially just a loading screen. It's actually not doing anything specifically yet. And then this is where I'm actually grabbing the element that I'm searching for. So I'm actually just going to comment out this entire if statement. I'm leaving a square, a curly brace at the very end. And I'm just going to console log the search. So search takes in an event, dot target, dot whatever. I'm just going to console log that searching for national parks. Just so we kind of keep that in there. So what I've done is I've commented out just this if statement. And here I'm grabbing in this HTML element by this ID. And I'm assigning the actual value to the HTML element right here. Inner HTML, it's going to equal this loading jumbo, which is just like a loading thing that I already had pre-made.
Hey, Tom.
Yep.
Look, we may have a couple of people who've missed a few things. We want to maybe we can double check to make sure everybody's at the same point.
Okay.
I think it looks like Rosalind may have had an issue getting the info on Chrome. So anybody, you can go ahead and put in the chat window if we need to readdress something.
Yep.
So we can do that.
Is there anything anybody wants me to repeat? Just put in the chat window. Anything with regards to the API?
Don't be afraid to ask.
Anything else?
Like somebody's raising their hand.
Android, but like if you go
The
into
computer should try.
Okay. It's like Stephanie got lost a little bit.
Facebook is by far. Facebook by far.
At what point are you at, Stephanie? We'll get you there.
React.
I have honestly not been able to do any of it.
All of those things are from them, and we use them.
Something else. Oh, service.
So what we've done so far is open the project folder in the VS Code. Can't get the. So in order to add, let's go, I'm going to go back and review that image in there. So right now if I refresh this right now. Oh, what happened? Source file. Try one more thing. So in your source image, instead of using the entire location right here, like that file and everything, if you just do assets /usnps.svg, it might work. It should work. There we go. So at the very beginning, the first thing we need to do is in our script tag on line 56, where there's a comment. Okay, so over here on the side, if you click inspect and go over to console, that's where that kind of shows up. So in the console is where everything all the data will be showing. So again, I'm going to exit out of this. If I right click on my web page and go to inspect, it's going to bring up the elements, but we want to go to the console tab. And there's actually a shortcut to get there. It's Command Option I. Will also get you there quickly. So Command plus Option plus I. Get you to open the Chrome. Yep, okay, perfect, yes. If yours says failed to load resource, so I'm gonna delete on line 56 of the index.html. I'm gonna go back to here. If I refresh, oh wait. App.js. And does yours have like a failed to load resource for the page right here? All the way up in this on line 19 in this source. If yours has assets /usnps svg, and this is located, it's just showing you the file directory that this image is in, and it's in the assets folder. And it goes all the way down to here in the USNPS.svg. And if that still doesn't work, over here on app.js2, we have this file directory of where your project is located at. You can literally just copy and paste everything up to the index.html. So copy that whole file. And then also paste it in here. File.users, and that should also do the same thing. So yeah, I think. So in order to get, so if you can't get the index.html file into Chrome, I'm going to open up the desktop, go down to US National Parks, then in my Chrome folder, where'd it go? I'm going to drag my index.html into my Chrome, and then it should show up. And then to open up the console, Command-Option-I on Mac. There we go. So now when I click this button, I'm going to click Washington. Get it? It says searching for national parks, and this national parks loading icon is showing up, but we're actually not getting anything. And right here, that's where the searching for national parks is showing up. And we have this Washington. This is what I wrote into here in our input field, and it's being displayed. Coming into this get national parks data, takes in the event. It's console logging this searching for national parks. This is where our loading status is coming from. That's where this loading national parks is coming from. And then in the search variable, I'm grabbing the event, .target.elements, the elements at index 0, and then the value, which grabs the search query. And right now I'm just console logging the search query. And that's where it's being displayed right here, Washington on app.js on line 162. 162. So now let's do some stuff. I'm going to uncomment out most of this, but I'm going to still comment out some of it. Actually, no. So with this fetch, so conditional logic, so this if statement comes in here, and like we were talking about before, if this search has a value, so this dot length is a built-in method that says, hey, if this search value has the length, that means it's true. Come in here and execute this code. So this fetch is a built-in method in JavaScript that takes in a URL and returns a response, essentially. So notice in our National Park Services API, this is kind of what it looks like, what it looked like in our demonstration. And in here, it takes in a string interpolated of our API for the US National Park Services API. And in this field where it says search, this is where the search portion of our of what we're actually searching for is being passed into the API URL. And then also it shows, I'm going to close this a little bit. It also says, oh, here's our NPS API, which is being grabbed from all the way up here. This is the API. I'm gonna go back down to here. And then once we get a response back, you don't actually have to like know specifically what this is. This is kind of advanced stuff, this fetch stuff, but let's just get it to work. Then we get a response back. We turn a response into a JSON file format that we can actually use. And then we can do stuff with the data. So then we're gonna grab this element by ID. If we're actually getting stuff back from the API, we're gonna return your no search results. Else, we're gonna do this stuff. We're gonna make their mts.elements equals be an empty string. So let's refresh this. Let's search for, let's do Washington again. Let's see what, let's do, yeah. I'm going to that code, and down here, I'm gonna console log on line 173, I'm console logging the data we get back. So it's searching for national park. Hopefully it works. If it doesn't, that's not good. Oh, look at that. So like nothing's displaying on the screen because we're not telling it to display anything on the screen. But it looks like in the side, in the console, right down here on line 173, this is where we're console logging all the data. And you notice here we're getting 31 results back. And we got this little arrow and then we click and it opens up. So it opens up and this is all the data we get back. So here's one national park that we get back from our API. Description and Anacostia Park, your neighborhood national park. So we're getting back 31 results. That's great. I'm gonna close it a little bit. I'm gonna bring up this thing again, and I'm gonna do Boston. Loading national parks, and then it cancels. And then see, this is where the second query is coming from. So we're getting 6 back in the next query. Massachusetts, National Historic. So I'm just gonna refresh and do Boston again. Click at national parks. So it's loading. And the reason why that goes away, the loading screen goes away, is because in here, where we're essentially showing the loading screen initially, we're reassigning that loading screen or that national parks element to just be empty. So like it goes away after it's done loading. And then we're console logging that, the data that we get returned, right here in the console. Great. Does anybody have any questions up until this point? Has anybody been successful in getting their data back? No? Say no if you have not been able to get your data back yet. Oh no. Is anybody getting errors? No. Oh no. Are you guys getting errors or anything like that? Got it. So I'm just following along with this tutorial right now. So we can literally just copy this code and then we can walk through it together. So we just copy this code. I'm going to copy this right there. I'm going to refresh this, type in Seattle. And we got 2 back from Seattle. Yeah. Yep, you're really just replacing the whole thing. There's this National Park Data Service. And you can yeah, literally replace the whole thing. Search for let me know if you've been able to, if you're getting any errors or anything like that. I'll leave this code up here. And I'll let you guys catch up. And you'll notice in this string, instead of using base, at the searching bar, we're not returning any results. So let's console log the search. And see if anything is showing up in your console. So I have the search bar, I'm doing Seattle. Oh, it didn't work. Why not? Seattle. There we go. So I console log the search bar. And if you're trying to like literally write down all the code, this fetch, instead of using just normal quotes like that, this is called string interpolation. We're gonna have to use backticks. Backticks are located right next to the just left of the number 1 on your keyboard. So anytime you want to incorporate objects or like variables within a string, we use backticks. It's called string interpolation. Has anybody gotten any code back? Any data back yet? It's not returning any. So I'm gonna move along. Change my. Yeah. So your API that you got from the National Park Service API should be right here. This is where we're going to store all our API information, and we're going to be using that throughout the application. So your National Park Service API will go here. So right now we're getting data back. Where is it? Seattle. We're getting a few things back from Seattle. But right now, we don't, but we're not displaying anything on the screen yet. So next, where am I? Sweet. So we're getting back data now, great. But we're not displaying it to the screen yet. But so this is like a lot of data. A lot of it we don't actually need to use in our application. So what we have to do now is kind of clean the data. Where we only want to extract the data that we want from it. So in here, if we look, so we have got our national parks data, which we're getting data back, but we also have this function at the very bottom on line 185 called clean NPS data. And this is where we're going to actually want to clean our data. So we're on line 173 where we're displaying our data in the console. We're console logging the data. Let's just console log. Where am I at? Oh, this data. Let's create a variable called clean data, and assign it to this clean NPS data function. So I'm coming down here, I'm grabbing this function, and I'm going to assign it to clean NPS data. And then in here, since this is a function that takes in a parameter called data, we want to pass in this clean, or this data that we're getting back. And then let's console log, or let's, we can actually just delete that console. Oh no, yep, sorry. We want to console log this clean data. Clean data. So in this clean NPS data function, we're console logging, cleaning NPS data, and then we're also going to be displaying console log. We're going to be showing the data again. So what we've done is we created a variable called clean data. We're assigning clean NPS data method to it, and we're passing in the data.data. And then on line 174, we're going to be console logging clean data. So what's happening is when this value is assigned, it's going to execute this method, this clean NPS data function, sorry, and it's going to be passing in the data that we're getting back from the National Park Service. And then it's going to come into here, and the National Park Service data is getting passed into here. It's going to console log cleaning NPS data. Then it's going to console log the data. Actually, let's comment out that console log clean data for right now, because we don't want too many things being printed out on the screen. So once I do that, I'm going to refresh. I'm going to save my file and refresh my application. And I'm going to look for Seattle again. Seattle, bam. So I've got Seattle being displayed. I've got cleaning NPS data, which is just being console log on line 187. And then we're also printing or console logging our data again. And this is just to show, ensure that this function is actually being executed. This clean NPS data function is being executed. So in here, we're actually going to clean our data. So I'm coming down here after we clean our data. So next we clean our function. In our clean data function, we're going to loop through each and every national park and extract only the data that we want and create a new variable, which is going to be an object with certain keys of only the data that we want. So I'm going to copy this clean NPS data, and we're going to walk through what we just did. And then I'm going to uncomment out on line 174, this console log clean data. So when I type in let's actually save this. I just want to see what happens first. I'm going to look at, I'm in Illinois. Let's look at Illinois. I'm going to click Get Parks. Illinois is being searched. All right, it's being displayed twice somewhere on line 187 and 174. So on line 174, I'm looking at that, 187. So on line 187, up here, it says line 187 is being displayed. Where's 187? Over here within my clean data function. This is before the data has been cleaned, or we've only extracted the data that we want. And then on line 174, this is where after the data has been cleaned. So let's look at the difference. So in here, we're getting back all this data from an individual national park. Let's look at this one. So George Rogers Park, and then right here on line 174 is we're displaying the data after it's already been cleaned. Great. So this is after we extracted only the elements from here that we wanted. So let's walk through how we clean that data. Within this clean NPS data method, we pass in the unclean data. So that's just the basic data that we get back from the National Park Service API. It comes into this function. That's where we're console logging it. And then we're doing a for loop, kind of like how we did before. And it says at each index in the array of data. So notice how the data comes back as an array with these square brackets. So we can loop through this array. So at each element in that array, is a national park. And then we're creating an empty object called just park. And we're extracting the data from that national park right here. So if I wanted to, I'm going to comment the console logs out at the moment. I just want to display each individual national park before it's been cleaned. Console log data at index I. So we're doing this for loop. And right in here, we're going to console log what's being done there. There we go. Right. So I'm going to look at Seattle. Great. So this is what is being coming back. Each one of those times it's a national park right here. So in order to grab the full name, I'm grabbing each national park's full name, description. Don't worry about this. I'm just grabbing an image from the national park and the URL. And that is coming from grabbing the description, the full name. What else? The URL. And then in order to grab the first image of this, and I'm grabbing like the URL of this first image. So where'd my code go? So I'm going to console log that clean data. So it's, again, I'm going to refresh. Console log, let's do California. Might be a lot. It might take a little while to get some data back because the more data that is being requested for, it might take a little while to come back. So I'm looking over here on my right-hand side in the console to see what data gets returned. Cool, we get 13 national parks come back, and we've cleaned the data. So now we need this information, this image, the text, and the title to display it on the screen. And we have these commented out for the time being, this Google Maps URL, as well as the latitude and longitude. We'll get to that when we want to use our Google Maps API and our weather API. Does anybody have any questions up until this point? Have you guys been able to get your clean data back? Or console log your clean data? Nice. Anybody else? Nope. Let's go ahead and take a, well, what time is it? We only have an hour left. Oh, crap. Let's take a 8-minute break and be back at, what is it? 2 or 1, what is it? 2:10, and then we'll get to actually display our stuff on the screen. And I'll be here to answer any questions or anything like that. Oh yeah, near the end of the code along, I'll talk a little bit about code Platoon and just answer any questions. Anything that you guys may have. All right, we're gonna go ahead and get started. Let's just quickly review what we've done up until this point. So in our HTML file, you may or may not have replaced the source image to the to this little logo. It's not necessary for us to like complete the app. It's just something that if you wanted the logo to appear there, you can get it to appear there. So we've imported our app.js file into our HTML file. So every time we reload our HTML file, the app.js file loads as well. What should line? And then we got a National Park Service API key, and we assigned it here to line 6, and which is we're assigning it to a variable named MPS underscore API, which is the value of our API key. And then down in line 163, so this is what line 163 should look like. This is where we're actually dispatching. We're actually going to that URL and getting back our National Park Service data. And that's what this get NPS data function means. It takes in an event, and that event is like a on click. It's when that somebody clicks that search button, the get parks button, and then it runs this code which shows a loading thing. It grabs our actual search query that we're actually typing in, and then in here, this is where we're actually making that API call. And in order to input values into a string, we do this thing called string interpolation. Normally strings, I'm just typing in here, don't worry about it. Strings are done by double quotes, like something like that. Here's a string, or single quotes, or like this, a string. But in order to import variables within a string, we do backticks like that. Backticks are located next to the number 1 on your keyboard. So since we need to use our API, we have to insert our API key and our search key, our search query in our string, we have to use string interpolation. And to import the actual variable, we use within a string, we use the $, and we could type in any variable that comes in here. So we can use search. That's the variable search we use. So that's like string interpolation. So we're grabbing our data, we're turning it into JSON. It's a file format that enables us to actually use it and parse it correctly. And then in here, this is where we're actually performing some logic, whether or not we get data back. If we don't get data back, it should return 0 results. That should display on the screen, which we haven't tested that yet, but let's go ahead, we'll do that shortly. If it does have data, we go into execute or invoke this clean data function, which we pass in the data we get back from our API, and we assign it to this value here. So if we go down in clean NPS data, we grab the data that's being returned back from the National Park Service API, which is an array of objects, and that a single object is a national park that consists of all that data. Let's see if that consists of all this, a bunch of data. This is already cleaned. And so we actually iterate through, we loop through that array at each individual national park. We extract the data that we want. And that's what we're doing here between line 190 and 193. And we're assigning it to a new variable, which is an object. And we're giving it these keys with the value of what that National Park Service's full name is, the description. And then this is, I don't want to get into too much detail about how we got to the image, but just know that if there is images, if it has a length, we grab the image URL. If it doesn't have a length, or if it doesn't consist of images, we give it a default image. And you might have to, so yeah, we give it like a default image that we have located in our assets called Bear in the Park. That's just how we do the images. And then we push all that stuff to a national parks array. So this national parks array is at the very top of our file called national parks. And this is where we actually keep all the data that we can use throughout this application. Then we just return the national parks. So that is what is this variable right here. All that stuff is happening and assigned that one variable. And then down here, we're cleaning we're console logging the national park. So let's do this again. Let's do Illinois. Let's make sure we get the clean data back. We have 3 national parks. We have the image, text, title, URL. Great. But nothing is displaying on the screen. Let's test if there's search for gibberish. Let's see what happens. All right, loaded. Your search returned 0 national parks. That's what's happening right here. So nothing got returned, had a length of 0. It's great. But now let's get these national parks to actually display on the screen. All right. So in order to get these national parks to display on the screen, we already have the clean data that we need in order to display them on the screen. So let's do something. So this console log, this is an array. So I'm going to do California again. California. I'm going to refresh on California. There's my search query. All right, we got an array. So we got an array of objects. So just like we did an array of objects, and this is each object has a key of image, text, title, URL. So just like we did down here where we looped through, we iterated through each index, which was a national park and we cleaned it. We're going to do the same thing up here, but instead of manipulating the data or anything, we're going to pass it into another function called create card. I already have create card. It's a pretty big function. It's right here. Create card creates a national park card on the screen. I already kind of did it for you as far as what you have to pass in. It takes in an ID, takes in a title. These equal signs, that means I have that there because like if there isn't an ID, it assigns a default value to it. So if, for instance, if like there is no text, I just assign a default value to have an equal card text. So let's just know that these equal signs, it's only if there isn't a value that's being passed in as title that it would assign it a default value of title. This can be anything. And this is all the parameters that it passes in. Google Maps URL that we're not using, it's gonna have a default value of null. Just know that this is kind of already built out for us, but we want to invoke that function down here in place of console log. So in here, we're going to do another for loop for let I equals 0. I is less than, we want that clean data dot length. And we're going to do I plus plus. We're going to iterate through each one and do something with the data. So I'm just going to copy this code. And so what I'm doing now is in the instructions, here's what it currently looked like, the clean data. And then afterwards, I'm going to do, it's going to look like this. So in here is where that clean data variable is. So I'm looping through the clean data, iterates through the clean data, creates a new variable called title, creates a new variable called text. And I'm doing this just to shorten everything so I don't have to, if I ever need to repeat this code, if I only need to access this text one time, I don't have to keep typing clean data -I that text. So it's creating new variables, and then it's appending a new HTML child element to this national parks, this NPS national parks element. Then within there, I'm passing in this function called create card. It takes in the I, which is the index, and the title, which is the title of the national park, the text of the national park, an image of the national park, and Google Maps URL, and all this other stuff that, passing in the clean data values to the create card function and appending each card to the NPS element. And now if I save it and go back to our national parks and type in California, everything works correctly. I should get some stuff to display on the screen. If not, if we get an error, we'll debug it. Oh, look at that. So we don't have some images showing up right now. It's probably because it's just taking a while to load, but see, now they're slowly showing up. But if I refresh it, do like something like Seattle, there we go. Don't worry about this stuff, this yellow, these are just kind of like warnings. It's not that important right now. So what is actually happening? So when I call this create card, it's coming up here into, where'd it go? this create card function. We're passing in all this information. Then this is where we're actually manipulating what's going on the screen. It's not that important right now. And then down here, I am creating where is the button? I'm creating a link button, which is a button. This is where we're passing in the URL that we're getting up here. And then is there another button? We're creating another button. Yeah, we're creating this map button. That's what's this button right here. So this view website button is all this right here. Or no, hold on. Yes, sorry. So this is where the link I'm creating. And then this is where I'm actually naming the website button. And this is where I'm creating the map button. And this is where I'm actually like naming the map button, view map. Let's refresh, do another one. Maybe Boston. Cool. We're getting stuff on the screen now. Has anybody have you guys gotten to this point? Yes or no? So we've got Boston. If we click on one of these buttons down here, let's click website. It should open up a new browser to the URL of the website, or the website of the national park. If I click down here, click website, it should take me to Frederick Law Olmsted. And that URL is being passed through the clean data. Where's the clean data? I'm just gonna console log clean data. Refresh. Right here. So if I click view website or website, opens up, that is coming through this URL right here. If I click on that, click the same nps.gov index. Does anybody have any questions? All right. Great. Look at the doc. So now let's click on, I'm going to clear this. So in order to clear this console, if it's too full, you just come up here and click clear console. So you want to view this map, and I want to click this button. It says click view map. Great. App.js, 119, 119. So it looks like it's coming in here with this clicked view or map button dot on click event. And that's within this create card function. So it's like a on click event. Whenever that button is clicked, this will like displays, is supposed to display the map. But first, how do we get the Google Map to display it? So just like we did with getting an National Park Service API key, we need to grab an API key for Google Maps. And it's a little bit more complicated, so I'm going to walk you through kind of how to do it. So first, I'm going to visit this link down here, developers.google.com//maps/documentation. And it's going to tell us kind of how to get a Google Maps API. So there's a bunch of different developer resources that we can use to incorporate a map into our website. But the easiest way to do it is to use this Maps Embed API. Add an interactive map or street view panoramic to your site using simple HTTP requests. That's what we're going to be doing. So I'm going to click on this. It says before you just, Google has really good documentation. This is kind of what it looks like. This is what we want to insert into our HTML at some point. But first, we need to actually get an API key. So developer guide. So it looks like we need something like this, and it tells us specifically where our API key will go. Look over here. So let's click on get an API key over here on the right-hand side or left-hand side. It says to get an API key, visit Google Cloud Platform Console. So I open that in a new tab. Here is Google Maps overview. Copy file, blah, blah, blah. And then here are all these APIs that we're going to be using, or that are available, but we want that Google Maps embed API. So click on the project dropdown and select and create the project for which you want to add an API key. So over here, I've got projects. I'm going to create a new project right here. So I'm clicking that. Project name, US National Parks. Click create. Valid characters, letters, no. I don't know why. Does that work? There we go. Creating, it says create project US National Parks. So it's actually creating it. So I just created the US National Parks. I can click on here to select my project, US National Parks. And I click on right here. Here's my US National Parks. I can click APIs, go to credentials, I think it is. Create credentials. So I've got my credentials. I say API key. Here's my API key. So I'm going to copy that and close. Don't worry about restricting your key. This is a public API key. So I'm copying my API key. I'm closing it. And then I'm going to go back to my maps or app.js. I'm going to copy my Google Maps API key right there and save it. And then I think I might have to dashboard. I may have to enable Google Maps embed API. Let's see. Click on API credentials, click close. Great. I think actually that's all we need to do. So what's next? Close this, close that. So in here, this is kind of what we actually need to input, like add to our HTML. So it's uncommon. So down in our Google Maps, right, where is it? Right here we have in our clean MPS data, we currently have this commented out, this parks.google map URL, we have that commented out. If we uncomment that out, we need to pass in this, it looks like it goes to this create Google Maps, Google Map URL function, which, where does that show up? Create Google Map URL. So right here it says create Google Map URL. Let's see what actually happens now before we actually get into that. I'm going to type in Illinois. Great. It says create Google Map URL, and it was invoked 3 times. So it looped through all the, in the clean data, it looped through the 3 national parks, and it tried to create the Google Map URL at 128. So in here, we actually have to create a Google Map URL. And the reason why, because let's console log the title. Console log the title. Let's refresh this. Look at Illinois. So we have Rogers Park. It looks like it's got called it says Lewis and Clark Trail, Google Map URL, Mormon. So here's all our titles. But if you look at this developer guide for the Google Maps URL, for this example that they give us, here's the query for this Seattle Space Needle. It's space plus Needle, comma, Seattle plus Washington. So it looks like we need pluses in here. So in our title, we don't actually have pluses. So when we pass just the title in to the Google Maps query, it won't work because a URL has to be like very specific to what we need. So we actually have to have pluses and other stuff like that. So we actually have to format that title to include pluses. So I'm just gonna copy this iframe. So what I'm doing, I'm copying this iframe and just kind of using it as a reference in our code. Whoop. I'm just gonna copy it here just so I kind of know what it kind of looks like. And this is the URL I'm gonna be trying to create, something like that. So when I create my Google URL, it needs to look something like this. But in place of my titles, I need to, where there's spaces in my title, I need to add pluses. So I'm going to copy and paste some stuff just to see. So in here, this first method, let's walk through. Once it comes into this create Google Map URL, it takes the title and it creates this variable called modify title because we're actually modifying the title by adding pluses and doing some other stuff with it. And we're taking in the title and we're using this thing called regex, regular expressions. Don't worry about like specifically what it does. It's essentially like searches through the string for very specific characters, and it will replace it with a different character or something like that. Yeah, it will replace it with a specific character. So this specific regular expression will replace all the spaces in my title with pluses. And then same thing with down here with this other modified title. I'm like reassigning. I'm taking this modified title now that has pluses in it, and I'm replacing this and sign with the actual word and, because some of the titles will have this and sign in it, and the URL does not like that. It'll throw an error. But first, let's console log modified title. And then this Google Maps URL, it's literally just almost pretty much exactly like this. There's a couple ways to do this URL, but it's Google Maps.embed.v1.place. I'm using the place query. And then I'm importing my API key. And then I'm returning the Google Map. So let's run this. And then all the way down here in our clean MPS data, that's what's being ran right here with this parks.google map URL. And I'm going to console log. Do I actually have to console log? No, I think that's good. So this Google Parks, Google Map URL, oh no, I'll console log this because this is where the actual Google Map URL will be. Google Map. Hopefully it works. So I'm going to come back, refresh it. I'm console logging this Google Map URL. So I'm going to do Illinois again, just so I know there's not a lot. So here's my modified title, George plus Rogers plus Clark plus National. So I'm replacing all the spaces with pluses there, using that function. And then here is the actual Google Maps URL that we can use to actually display the Google Map. Cool. And in order to display the Google Map, let's just see what happens right now when I click View Map. So it says click View Map. So I'm going to refresh this. Let's just like walk back through what I just did. Let's just review it real quick. So in order to use the Google Maps API, we created a Google Map, or we created a project in the Google Maps, or created a project using the maps.embed API. We got an API key from the Google Cloud platform. Excuse me. And here are all the projects that we have. So I've got actually a few of them, but I just created that US National Parks one, which is the current one I'm in. In maps.embed API, which is what we're using. Here it is. I actually have to enable this first. So once I'm in the US National Parks, I click Maps Embed API. I'm going to have to enable that too. Enabling API. I think I should have already had it, right? Great. Where am I? Cool. I already have my API that I got before. I go to, but yeah, we created our API. We added it up here to Google Maps API variable. And then down in our clean NPS data, we're creating another key on our park object called Google Map URL, which is calling this create Google Map URL that is passing in the full name, just like it is here, but it's passing it into this Google Map URL. Then within our Google Map URL, we have to modify the title to include pluses. So that's what we're doing here. And then we're modifying it even more for ones that have an and sign. And then we're creating an actual variable called Google Map URL. And we're doing string interpolation, and we're using this URL, this Google Map Embed API URL, where we're actually putting in the modified title in the API, as well as our Google Maps key, API key. And then as we're returning this Google Map URL. And that's what this value is here. So let's refresh this. Search Illinois. There we got the Google Map embedded URL that we need with our API keys there. Here's the name, or the title, the modified title, Lewis plus Ann plus Clark plus national history. And now when we click this view map, to click view map, nothing's actually happening. So in our, let's see where that clicked view map is showing up. Right here in this runs clicked view map, right here we're going to want to write some code that actually views the map. So in here, let's look at what else we have up in here. At the very top on line 29, we have something called helper functions. A lot of times when you're actually going to be coding big applications, you're going to have helper functions. These are just functions that kind of perform a simple task for you. And notice we have helper functions is an object with keys, and the keys values are functions themselves. And notice how this function is called an arrow function. It's a new way to write a function in ES6 version. So before we're used to writing functions like function, the name of the function, .title. Here in our helper functions, we're using something called fat arrow functions. This is exactly the same way. This is exactly the same thing as saying like function, function, this is exactly the same way as doing this. So I can literally Google Map URL. It's literally the same way as writing this. I can write like this. And it knows it's a function because it's using this thing called a fat arrow function, or fat arrow, which is an equal sign. And what's that? Greater than symbol. So I want to actually invoke this function, this display map function, right here. So I want to return this function, and I'm going to pass in the Google Map URL. All the way down here in this on-click event. So in here, when I click on this, it's going to say click view map, and it's going to return the helper functions, which is an object, display map, which is a key, which is all equal, that equals a function, an anonymous function. We're going to pass in that Google Map URL. So I'm going to refresh this. So I literally just copied and pasted this code right here. Clicks runs display map helper function. I'm going to refresh this. I want to try to get to, actually, hopefully we'll have enough time to get to this. I'm going to do Illinois. So before I said click view map, let's see what happens again. I'm going to actually comment out all this other code. Where is this being displayed? It's being displayed down on line 213. Is that it? Modified title. All right, that should be it. So I'm going to refresh again. Illinois. Oh, return 0 results. I spelled it wrong. Cool. I'm going to clear this, and I'm going to click View Map. So I clicked View Map, and then it says Display Map. So down here, it says display map. So this is where I'm actually gonna write the code to display the map. So let's see. Do let map, declare a variable map, and I'm gonna do document dot get element by ID. I'm gonna do iframe because we want to create an iframe. And where am I getting this iframe ID from? So I'm getting this ID iframe from in my index.html. I have an empty div that doesn't have anything in it. It's empty. It's at this point. So I'm grabbing that and I'm assigning it to this variable because map, because we're gonna import or we're gonna add the actual iframe tag, iframe element to this map. So when I'm all the way down here and I click view map, I want it to automatically go to the top of to the window. So in order to do that, I've got this window that grabs whatever's in the window, the thing, and it's gonna say scroll. So it already kind of fills scroll to 0, 0. It's like X and Y, 0, 0. So I'm gonna refresh this. I'm gonna look for California. It's gonna take a little bit. There we go. And if I go all the way to the bottom and I click view map, it should take me to the very top of the screen. Cool. That's cool. Now I'm actually displaying because I want right here to display the map. So I'm passing in the Google Map URL. Let's console log that, just make sure it's still there. Google Map URL, refresh, Illinois, view map. Here's my Google Map URL, it's still there, great. Now I want to map.inner HTML, which grabs the inner HTML. If I assign it to say like hello, let's see what happens. Ohio. Exit, click view map. Hey, look, it says oh, hello right there. But we don't want that. We don't want the actual map to display. So we want something like this to show up. So set in place of hello, I'm going to use string interpolation and create an iframe like that. I'm creating this iframe with a width of 1,000, a height of 750, and then right here in the source, this is where my Google Maps URL goes. So this iframe will be created with some attributes, a width attribute, a height attribute, a style that doesn't have a border, and then the source is the Google Map URL. Let's refresh this and say Washington, Seattle. Now, if I click on this view map, I should click this button, which is down here, map on click. It should say console log, click view map. It should return this helper function, display map function, and pass in the Google Map URL. And then it comes up in here, grabs the Google Map URL gets passed in here. And then we grab the element, the iframe element by its ID. We automatically scroll to the top of the window wherever we're at in our application, and we apply this iframe to this map element with the Google Map URL as the source value. So if I go back here, I click view map, I hope it shows up. I cleared out back this just to see if anything. It says click view map, display map, and our map is displayed. Move around, we can change to satellite view. We can click get directions and it opens a new window. This is all just how the Google Maps embed API works. How's everyone doing? So let's do a couple more. California. Oh. California. I go all the way down. There might be some edge cases where it's unable to find the Google map and it'll just display a photo of like the world. If I clicked on that map, great, Whiskey National Recreation Area. So what have we done so far? We've used two APIs, the National Park Service API. When we click this Get Parks, it invokes this Get National Park Data, and that is coming from right here. Document.getElementById, which is a form. It's adding an event listener, and the event listener is submit. So every time you click this button, it sends an event called like submit. And then whenever that happens, it invokes this get MPS data function, which is all the way down here, very bottom, get MPS data, takes in that event. This event.prevent default prevents the web page from automatically reloading. We're grabbing the national parks element by its ID, which is right here. It's like that big thing. We're clearing the map. So if I wanted to search for something else, I'm actually clearing the map. I'm clearing the iframe. So if there's already a map there, so if I didn't do that, let's comment that out and refresh. Illinois. Clear map is not defined. Oh, my bad. Illinois. If I like view the map, it's going to display the map. And then if I like search for something else, like, oh, I want to look at Ohio now, like I don't really see anything because it's all coming down here. So that's what this does. This clears that map and by assigning like an empty string. So clears the map, gets element by ID, or gets the MPS, the national parks element, assigns it to inner HTML loading jumbo, which is just a loading icon. That's what this is. So Alaska is kind of big. Oh, I didn't refresh. So that's what that is right there. So it's creating a loading icon, a loading status, then it's grabbing the search query that we type in there, like Alaska. It's checking to see if it has a length, and if it does have a length, it executes this API, goes in, grabs the API, takes in this response. That's what this RES stands for, response. This is what we get back from the API. We turn it into JSON format, and then we take the data that we actually get back, and then we manipulate it by, again, grabbing that national parks element again, and then we're checking to see whether or not we get actually any data back from the National Park Service. If we don't, we your search returns 0 results. If we do, we execute this clean data function, which only grabs the data that we want from the returned API. Right here, that's what this value is. And then we want to display all that on the screen. So we iterate through the clean data, and we're reassigning variables of what that is. This clean data, we're just reassigning it to what title, text, because otherwise I'd have to pass all that stuff into this create card function. So I'm I'm declaring new variables, and then I'm passing those variables into a create card function, which is up here, which actually creates a card here. And this is the title and the description. And then that's what all this code is doing. And then we're down here, and then we're taking, where is it? Oh. So it returns like a card. That's what the end of this create card. It actually returns a small card and whatever. Returns that small card. And then it appends that small card to the MPS element of the national parks. That's what's going on right now. And then when I click that website, it opens up a new URL. That's where that's what the URL is being passed into the create card. So whenever I press on that button, that unique card has this unique URL to it of the national park. Same with this view maps embed function. There's a little more in depth of what we have to do. When I click this view maps, it's grabbing that data. Ooh. That's not right, is it? Let's try this other one. That's more like it. So when I click that view map button, comes up here into this map button on click event, click view map, Illinois, view map, just click view map, then it returns this helper function called display map, which takes in the Google Map URL. This helper function is at the very top called display map, takes in the Google Map URL, grabs an element by its ID, and the element name is iframe, which is right now. And it's automatically scrolling to the top of the page, and it's attaching that iframe of the Google Map to the map element, or to the iframe element, and it's passing in the Google Map URL as the source. So that's everything that we're doing up until this point. If I don't type anything in, oh, uncaught reference error, target element is not defined at get MPS data. Where's that coming from? 197. ID 197. That looks like it's an error. 197. Where is 197? Target element alert. Where's target element at? So the target element is wrong. It should be NPS element. So I don't see where this target element. So 197, that's where the error is coming from. So target element is not defined. It's because I don't want to append it to a target element. I want to append it to MPS element. Let's refresh. If I click enter, there it says, please enter into the search field. this alert variable is up here. That's what's being displayed when we're not putting anything in there. That's all we've pretty much have time for today. I'm not going to be able to get to the weather API, but if you have the link to this National Park Finders hub, it walks you through the steps to complete the application in its entirety. And if you want to know what it would look like when it's all complete, I'll show you real quick. Let's see. So here's the National Park Service. So in its entirety, if I search California, this should work. Here is kind of what it looks like. We also have this view weather button when we actually have weather. This is actually kind of difficult to do in order to extract the latitude and longitude and put it into a format that is required for the API to work. But what I do here, since this one doesn't have a view weather, that means that there was no latitude and longitude being returned from the national park data. So I do some logical conditioning there. I can actually so right here is where, like, if the latitude and longitude is not equal undefined, that's when this is where I kind of create the button. That's within the create card function. So if I wanted to see the Fort Point National Historic Site, I want to view the weather. There it goes. It's foggy and 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Now if I can look at what's being returned. I refresh, let's do another one. Washington. Let's do Seattle. I want to see the weather, mostly cloudy, 41 degrees. And this is where it says get weather. And this is the actual data that's being returned from the weather API. So I haven't I didn't delete that yet. So if I want to refresh, Oregon, refresh this, view weather, it's clear and 60 degrees. And here's the actual data that's being returned from the weather API. We're getting the current data, a bunch of daily data for 8 days. We're getting flagged. I don't know what this necessarily means. We're getting hourly updates. And then also minute by the minute. Yeah, it's crazy. So that's going to be the conclusion of this code along. If you've been able to stick with me, it's pretty complex with regards to like kind of what we did. But I just want to know, like, with a little bit of code, you can do a lot, and that's kind of proves it kind of with what we did here. And you don't even need to, like, I kind of made it pretty and everything with these cards and everything like that, but you don't need to do all of that. Like half of this code, like literally almost half of this code is just to get the card to display like this. And when you're actually coding, you're not going to be manually writing all of that code to get this card to display. I just did it because I'm doing it via vanilla JavaScript, So it'll be a lot easier just to get to this point. If you're using like React frameworks or like just a different framework or anything like that, it'll be like substantially simpler once you kind of understand it. It'll require a substantial lot less code and just a lot less intimidating than if you think this is kind of intimidating, which it kind of is, because there's a lot of code. A lot of it you might not make sense. But just know, so you know that we use 2 APIs up until this point, which is a lot. A lot of people don't even know how to use an API. And we manipulated the data in the API that we got back. We manipulated not just the data, we manipulated a specific title to use it within another API. I mean, I think it's pretty cool. With that being said, does anybody have any questions? My voice is starting to go. If nobody have any questions, I'm just going to talk about Code Platoon a little bit. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me or email me, but we'll go over to it. So Code Platoon, I'm an instructor at Code Platoon. Code Platoon is a 501(c) nonprofit coding bootcamp that is kind of that follows a traditional coding bootcamp model. The program is 14 weeks long. It's full time, and we only accept veterans and veteran spouses as well. We accept the GI Bill eligible. So if you have the post 9/11 GI Bill stuff available or credits available, we accept the GI Bill. We also are vet tech eligible as well. So vet tech's kind of new. It's actually a pretty cool gig. Essentially, it says if you have any credits left or any balance left on your post 9/11 GI Bill, you qualify to use vet tech, which is essentially allows you to attend a coding boot camp, like specifically Code Platoon, while receiving post 9/11 GI Bill benefits. So you'll get the monthly stipend and you'll have all the tuition essentially paid for by vet tech, and it won't negatively impact your GI Bill at all. And those people who don't qualify for like GI Bill or vet tech, we have guaranteed scholarships for pretty much everybody else. We have a lot of scholarships that we give out. No one will ever pay more than like $3,000 out of pocket. The total cost of tuition is $15,500, but no one will pay like $3,000 out of pocket just because we raise money and we want to cover the cost of tuition for our veterans as well as our veteran spouses. We have this data is kind of old. This 80% plus placement rates. I think it's more than that now. So we place over 80% of the graduates in developer facing roles with an average starting salary of around $65,000. So what's unique about Code Platoon is that we partner with companies specifically in the Chicagoland area to hire our graduates upon graduation. So in our current cohort, Juliet Platoon, there's I think 5 companies that are giving out 8 internships upon graduation. So, and I think 8 or 9 of the students that are currently in our class are trying to get to are interested in doing that. So essentially everyone is going to have an internship after they graduate from our program. I think every single one of those internships, they're between 3 and 6 months in length, have led to a full-time role. I think all but one, I could be mistaken, but majority of them, if not like a majority of them, will evolve into a full-time role with that company. what we specifically teach at Code Platoon. We teach 2 programming languages. We teach Python on the back end, on the server side, and then we teach JavaScript on the front end. And we specifically, that covers the full stack. We specifically work in the Django framework, which is Python's Django full stack framework, as well as React, which is a front end framework completely written in JavaScript. Does anybody have questions?
Do this video. I will not let me do the video.
Here's someone
Hey,
talking.
Tom. It's so
Yeah.
quiet. Crickets, crickets.
I know.
How many weeks is the part-time boot camp
yeah.
is a question.
The part-time boot camp. So the part-time boot camp, I believe it is going to be 35 weeks long if we can get enough people to do it. That's just, I think we just issued an email about it. But yeah, we're going to be launching a part-time coding boot, a part-time program for people who obviously can't just quit their jobs and everything right away. So we're offering a part-time boot camp sometime in spring of 2020 that we don't quite sure have the dates yet, but if you're interested in, you can just go to, what's that? Oh, sorry. Yeah, if you're interested in, you can go to, codeplatoon.com and you can fill out anything you're interested in there. Oh, and the remote, and we also, this isn't just all in person. Hey.
Hi.
We do offer remote teams, or a remote, you're able to attend the program remotely. So right now, I think we have like 6 remote students in our current cohort. So yes, people can land jobs remotely. So we just hired a remote career specialist who is responsible for looking for companies in areas of which our students reside and partnering with them to guarantee like internships after the program. But right now, we can't guarantee internships after the program if you're remote, unless you're willing to come to Chicago. We've developed relationships with a lot of Chicago tech companies, and that's kind of how we're able to guarantee people that are attending in person internship roles in Chicago. But a couple of the remote people are actually flying into Chicago to interview with these with some of our host companies that we call to see, like, temporarily get an internship with them.
Very nice, Tom.
Do you have any questions?
It's been a long day, huh, guys? Tom's losing his voice. He's been working so hard.
Yeah.
Thank you
But
so
yeah.
much for doing this, Tom. It's a lot of work, and we appreciate all the time and effort that you put in for this. We're going to be sending you guys a survey about this experience. Do you guys like these workshops? Do you want more of these workshops? Do you want Tom to teach more of these? Do you want it to be smaller workshops, simpler topics? If you guys give us some feedback, we will gladly do our best to do future. We were just talking about this, like different type of workshops. Can we only make it an hour, maybe 2? Is 4 hours, 6 hours too long for you? Like, can you do this once a month? So any and all feedback is appreciative. So we look forward to seeing that on the survey that we're going to send out. And if you have any more questions for Tom about the program or even this project, this code along, it is a lot of information if you are a beginner. And sometimes you forget when you're beginning, you really don't know anything. And so if the speed was too fast for you, if you just got lost in the middle of the project, we have this all recorded and we will repost so you can follow along again and stop and then continue on. And maybe, Tom, do you have a suggestion for a stretch goal? Like if they want add another feature, what would you suggest the next feature they could add to this project?
So glad you mentioned that, because in my instructions I have a stretch goal. is to actually get the weather data of the national park and displaying it. And I kind of left the stretch goal a little ambiguous because most of the code structure is kind of similar to what we've already kind of been doing. So, but if you need any help or anything like that when you're actually doing, like, following this this instruction, this lecture, essentially, I have code snippets for anything. So you can literally just copy and paste the code into the application and it should work. The only thing you really have to do is get the APIs. So yeah, but
Very
yeah,
nice.
if you have any questions, feel free to contact me at tom@codeplatoon.org or reach out to me to Slack at any point, or yeah.
Hey guys, we're going to do one last drawing for the end of this. So we have, we're going to get 2 more winners here. Carly's pulling them out, and we've got 1 more Code Platoon shirt and 1 more MilSpouse Coders t-shirt that we'll be sending to you. So the next one is Brina Alonso. I don't know if you're still on. But if you're not, we'll send it to you. We'll find you and we'll get it to you anyways.
And then
Stephanie Rose. Are you still on, Stephanie? Anyways, we will find you and we will go ahead and ship out your shirts. So thank you so much, Tom from Code Platoon, and you guys are awesome. We love working with you guys. And if there's anything else you guys need, we are going to go back into the other room because we are watching submissions for our pitches. So if you guys have time, go to our Facebook page and click on the YouTube live link.
because we're live everywhere.
We're everywhere. So, but thank you for joining us today. We know it's hard to take a day out from your family or your work or just time that you need to wind down to take this time to learn something new. We feel that it's such a valuable skill that you can change your life. So we appreciate you joining us today, and thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. Appreciate it.
Bye, guys. If you have any more questions, go to the Slack channel. Bye-bye.
Bye.